Morning, Spitalier. All right, well, let's jump into Longdeath. So, what year is it? It's a very important question to ask at the beginning of every stream, specifically for a certain Clinodev. Always wants to know what year it is. So, Clinodev, I can confirm it is the year 182. So, minus 5 years, and that is the year of the fortress. What year is it? That's a good question. Didn't seem very impressed. I think it was the second one where we asked him about the intro video. He stated that it was a classic piece of ASCII artwork and that he didn't really want to change. Also, hi, Ryan. How are you? We need to play more EDF, but I've got a movie night tonight with a friend. So, Cadenza, hello. Good morning. The humans are just leaving. Also, Stone, if you're here, no, it's the year 182. 182 is the current year, meaning that we're on the year 177. Math. 177 is the age of Longdeath currently. Also, it's taking me about 20% longer to get through time in Longdeath from the first 10 years. So my theory is that, oh, it's definitely slowed down. Actually, no, that's not a theory. It's a fact. Yep. It's about 123 years to go. I'm not going to lie. I can't wait to hit 700 years to go. When we hit 100 years to go, 700 years to go, that would be really cool. I've actually been thinking about, because I know some streamers who will do, like, month of this thing, where they just play a specific game for a month. I've been thinking about doing a month of Longdeath-a-thon or something, where I do almost nothing but Longdeath for a whole month. I think that might be interesting. But current dwarves in the fort, we have 33 dwarves in the total population, 45, including the merchants. We have Apostle II, Axon II, Sparkly 4K, Swoosh Chimp, Danny UG, the Squid, Peter II, Orson Frakes, Abe Azendi, Narvicius, Vinsati II, Belag II, Taurus II, Vuzel Vuzel, Sui, Ragswolf, Blackhole, Kade, Anton Iceland, Trees, Demonoid, Dark Skynet, Cheers Jamie, Smash T, Simplex, Eternal, Clay, Dreadvik, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Vimixel, Zani, Cutest the Third, Vagara Pro, Pilot, Cadanza, Sock Smell, Zopiu the Second, Animal the Second, Tiny Goliath, and Stone. But down here we have a very interesting thing because we had not one, but two, but triplets. Quite literally triplets. So, Mom here is carrying... Mommy Apostle II is carrying 1, 2, 3 Babs. It's the first time I've ever seen that. Literally ever seen that. And, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So, Mom's moving kind of slow. Pushing a wheelbarrow. Transporting shit around. With triplets. Longdeath-a-thon Volume 1. Yeah, I'd need to figure out what month it would be. So I'd probably stream on Fridays. And I'd probably just do every single day for a whole month. Like a 31-day stint of nothing but Longdeath. Maybe I'll do that in August or something. I don't know. How much do I think? I know it should, assuming they stick to what they've said, $20. Because the itch.io version has a listed price of $20, which I think is an estimate. So it might go up, but 20 US is the announced price. And I doubt that that's going to change. Are other events taking place in your world while your fortress, or do events outside your fortress only happen during world creation? Events outside your fortress happen in real time. Like, forts will get overrun and destroyed, and then other forts will, other dwarves will go and reclaim them. Invasions will happen, kings and queens will die, people will be appointed, the world shifts, new fortresses get built. The world is very much in flux. There's certain events that can only happen... There's certain events that can only happen during World Gen, but the majority of them are just constantly in flux. The world's alive and active. So we do have some stressed out dwarf. Abe Azendi is one of them. Abe hasn't actually tantrumed or anything, so we're kind of going to be working with that. It kind of is, isn't it? It's kind of awesome. Imagine if one of those babies have triplets. Oh, I hope they do. I fucking hope they do. Cheese for Zapdos. I hope you slept tight. How you doing, man? Good morning. At a certain point, the world won't be alive anymore. I mean, in Dwarf it won't. There are certain things that can only happen during World Gen. Like, I don't think that, I don't think towers, like Necromancer towers, can be made outside of World Gen. And this fortress is kind of proving that to me. Unless that's been changed in the 0.05 version, but I doubt it. So, it's a very slow process. Also, bone, earring, bone, bracelet, bone, ring. Make a bunch of bone crafts because I'm slaughtering a lot of stuff. So there's like bits and pieces of dead animals everywhere. Howdy, Warm Shadow. How we doing? Hope things aight. Hope things are all right. Good night, Krabicus. That was very bad timing. For a split second there, I thought that somebody just got squished. That had me extraordinarily nervous for a moment there. Dark Skynet's the other distressed one. Dark Skynet's actually kind of in a worse space. Hopefully, we can recover you today. So yeah, that's what we're going to be focusing on today, is recovering the dwarves that are a little bit down. So Abe, Dark Skynet, and then there was a third one. Which is very unfortunate, but it's what we need to work on today. We had triplets. There is a unique term for triplets. We had that happen. I literally saw that happen. And the dwarf mommy said, I had triplets. This is amazing. Such joy I feel. This is the other one, Demonoid. Nope, they're triplets. People were wrong. No, they'll just be brothers and sisters in the relationships menu, as far as I know. They're all your siblings, Stone. Yeah, I mean, older sister, and older sister. Well, for baby Ducky, Gopher and Little Katsu, older sisters. Imagine having 2 copies of yourself. I mean, that just proves that you clearly don't have a twin, because twins and triplets are nothing alike. I knew 2 sets of twins at one point growing up, and they were as different as you could possibly get. They were extremely different people. Very different hobbies. They kind of hated each other. Even though, like, yeah, they're very different in most cases. Sometimes to, like, their own detriment even. Like, they would go out of their way to be different. They would do everything in their power to be different. One thing that we had to check immediately was make sure they're all from the same dad. And I'm sitting there going like, I don't think that's how triplets work, but yes, they're all from the same dad, to be clear. Because we had to make sure that Dwarf Fortress didn't screw up in some miraculous way. Because that would be some amazing implications. Got a really weird promotion email from a company that I've done some work with. Weird. Your dad has an identical twin? That's, I don't know. I find that identical twins are kind of awesome. Isn't that all siblings? It depends on the family, of course, but to a degree, I would probably agree that that's most likely most siblings. Oh, really? Twins run in your family? They certainly don't run in my family. Just gonna do that. Get a whole bunch of clothing moved over. Because I got a ton of clothing that I need to sell. Triplets born by 2 different dads. Yeah, right? You're a twin? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got 2 sisters, and they drove me nuts growing up, and now I love them dearly. So I have a feeling it would be similar with any sibling or twin or any of that. You knew a kid from a family that was a pair of twins that married a pair of twins, and they also had houses next to each other and ran the same business. It was weird. That seems like it would be a very odd relationship set. I feel like I've heard about that story a few times, Zanny. But yeah, that is a little odd. It's more like the had houses next to each other and ran the same business part that's weird to me. Less the pair of twins married a pair of twins. That's less weird. It's the, and they also live next door to each other. That's a little odd. To see if they would get caught. I mean, if you had the opportunity to do that with a clone, wouldn't you, Pilot? You're always teaming up on... Aw, poor guy. Yeah, I didn't get along with either of my sisters particularly well growing up, and now that I'm an adult, I get along with them quite well. Although I started getting along with my older sister a lot better around the time that she discovered that video games exist and stopped just, like, harassing me for being the nerd that was into video games. You always got caught when you swapped. Are you guys identical, or are you, like, just easy enough to tell each other apart? Like, I knew these 2 twins who I mentioned earlier named Randy and Andy in Scouts. When I was in Scouts, they were in my Scout group. And you could tell them apart. I feel like people who didn't know them couldn't tell them apart, but if you knew them, like, you could... Like, and they were identical twins, too. Like, you could just look at them and be like, oh, that's Randy and that's Andy. They looked different enough just from, like, basic facial features, and, like, one would be, like, slightly more tanned than the other one. Ooh, Dark Skynet's throwing a tantrum. That's not good. Dark Skynet, this dwarf is worrying me. I might need to expel you because this dwarf has been throwing some problems or causing some problems. Extremely similar. Gotcha. No tantrums? I mean, that's why this dwarf's throwing tantrums. No. I mean, as long as it doesn't murder anybody. Yeah, this dwarf keeps doing this, running into the kitchens and then just, like, throwing food everywhere. Keeps doing this, running into the kitchens and then just, like, chucking stuff everywhere. It's like, do you have to do that? Although on the bright side, looks like he's been caught, so that's good. Hopefully somebody's going to go report that crime. That's what you do. You run into your kitchen and throw food. I wouldn't expect anything less. Food fight, boys! I doubt that's what he yells. He's probably yelling something in Dwarfy. Really? Nobody reported the crime? Right? Vinsati, what's up? You have twin uncles who are identical? Another family that I knew growing up who I haven't seen in a very long time, who I'm pretty sure is still my mom's friends. The dad in that family has an identical twin who's from Scotland, and like the family's originally from Scotland, right? But the dad who we knew who was part of that family has lived in Canada for a very, very, very long time. He's been a Canadian citizen for like 30 years. Whereas his identical twin brother lives in Scotland. They look identical aside from his brother's a little bit taller and his brother has a very thick Scottish accent. So they're both bald. They both have like a tiny little bit of facial hair, like exactly the same visual appearance, same build, same body weight, almost the same height, except one of them has a really thick Scottish accent. It was very funny the one time I saw the two of them in the same room because they're like the exact same person, except one of them was definitely Scottish and the other one was like, okay, you haven't lived in Scotland in a very long time. Which is kind of amazing. You want to go to Scotland? There's places in the world I would like to visit before I would like to visit Scotland, but that would be a nice place to visit. That would be an interesting place to visit. But right now, I think the three places in the world for me that are much higher on my places I would like to visit lists than Scotland are I'd like to go to Prague. Real bad for a multitude of reasons. And I'd like to go to Mexico, because I've never actually been in Mexico. I've flown across the border a couple of times, but I've never gotten out of a plane in Mexico. So I would love to go to Mexico. I've listened to a certain pirate metal band sing about Mexico enough times. I should probably go to Mexico at some point. We should trade with them elves. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. Supposed to hit T, I hit R instead. There we go. Ah, yes. They brought a... Uh-oh. I fucked up again. What did I trade them that had wood? Pigtail trousers? Something in this must have wood. I don't see any bins. Did I sell them a bin by mistake? Huh. I'm actually like not sure what I sold them. Or what I tried to sell them. They're very mad at me again. And they brought a unicorn this time, which sucks. One of these must just have like studs of wood on them. That must be what it is. Because I don't see any wood in here at all. I've sold them multiple full sets of clothing. And had no issues, so I don't know what I fucked up here, but shit. I could just steal their stuff. I don't want to go to war with them, so yes, I could. But I would rather not go to war with them. And that's the last time I did that, they didn't trade with me for 30 years. So we'll see how this goes. Do they get pissed about yolks? No, they bring the yolks. That's them that does that. I'm just simply selling it back to them. And no, they don't get pissed about that. It's like a 2 to 3 hour drive to the Mexico border. No, totally. I mean, like, you're really close to there. I'm not. But I'd want to go to Mexico in the not blisteringly hot season. I really like telling that story of how the Staney Hall formed in Longdeath. But yeah, no, Sebastian, the whole point is to not go to war with the elves. So hopefully they don't invade me now. Because that would be very unfortunate. Us and the Fragrant Bear have been very integrated in society for a very long time. It would be very unfortunate if something were to happen to that positive working relationship that we've had with them for a very long time. They're very calm and peaceful people. You'll go with me? I mean, before the pandemic happened, me and Hobo were unironically talking about how we wanted to go on a food tourism trip down in Mexico. There's a few cities that we want to go to just to, like, go and eat tacos and street food and stuff like that. Like, legit, that was, like, our entire incentive. We were just like, fuck it, let's just skip TwitchCon in 2020 and just go to Mexico. Was something that we were talking about doing for a good while. You fucking love tacos? I've not had enough good tacos in my life. But, you know. So, I really hope the elves show up and trade. Especially because they brought a female unicorn. That was a breeding pair of unicorns again. God damn it. Today was a mistake. You've never had a taco. Well, I mean, it's better to have never had a taco than never have had a bad taco. Because there's a lot of bad tacos in this world. Good tacos are kind of hard to come by. I had pretty okay tacos the other week, actually. I made red bean tacos. They were good. This is the Mexican food? I mean, the best thing about Mexico is Mexican food. What, that there's no such thing as a bad taco? There's absolutely such a thing as a bad taco. I've had utterly disgusting tacos before. I've had tacos that I didn't want to finish. But, like, it's the only meal I was going to get that day. Still a taco. Doesn't matter whether it's Mex-Mex or Tex-Mex, it's still taco. It's like, it's still a burger, even if it's a shitty burger or a good burger. See, there you go. Zapdos knows what's up. It's not the same, Vim. It's not the same. What do you want to eat? Soft wheat seeds. Fair enough. All right, something I'm going to do just out of sheer paranoia. I'm going to chop down all the trees on this side. There is authentic Chinese food around here. You just need to know where to go. But yeah, I mean, most of what people think of as Chinese food couldn't be further from. Going around the edge here because I'm paranoid about my walls. That's just in case we get invaded. Just in case. Just in case. To Korean Chinese food, which is a strange concept. I know what you mean by Korea Chinese or Korean Chinese fusion. I definitely know what that is. Can definitely get a lot of that up here. I am in a area where we're kind of spoiled. There is more good Asian food up here than anything, really. As a Canadian, I don't know. You probably can, right? You probably can. But nothing beats the source, right? Like, you can get authentic food everywhere if you know where to look. But there's something to be said about the experience of actually being there. I mean, ask Stoned Hobo what South American food would mean, since he's originally from South America. Also, there's a pretty interesting study that happened a couple of years ago, Vim, about how if you want authentic Korean food, the best place in the world to go is Los Angeles. Because there are multiple Korean restaurants in Los Angeles that are making Korean food and have been making Korean food for the same way for 40 years, 50 years, and they haven't changed. Whereas Korean food in Korea has changed with the times. It's actually kind of a really interesting concept. That, like, international cities are like a food culture time capsule. I don't know what we're talking about, Zapdos. I think we're just disagreeing on food, and it's that simple. You'd get that super close to the border or be in LA. Yeah. Well, LA is basically its own fucking country. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it? Now you're getting hungry? Well, I mean, it's only 11 over here. Wherever you are, rice and beans seems to be a universal constant. Sure. I mean, I'll say this, right? You can get great wine anywhere in the world, right? But there's certain regions where the wine is just better, right? It's kind of similar thing with Mexican food. Yes, you can get Mexican food anywhere in the world. Just like you can get good, like, Japanese food anywhere in the world. But somewhere with better fresh fish and better rice is going to have better Japanese food than somewhere with no fresh fish and a poor source of rice, right? So if you go to central USA, you're not going to get particularly good Japanese food. But if you're on the coasts, you can get pretty good Japanese food almost anywhere. It's a similar thing with Mexican food. And also bouncing off of what Ryan was saying, where if you go to a Mexican restaurant in the US, you're going to get a mix of authentic and Tex-Mex. Because culturally, people from the US don't actually want authentic Mexican food. They want Tex-Mex. It's just like if you go to a Chinese dim sum place, they will also have, like, They will also have the dishes that everybody knows. They'll have the sweet and sour pork. They'll have the lemon chicken. They'll have all that stuff that everybody thinks of alongside of the actual traditional stuff. That's what Ryan means. So yes, you can get good Mexican food anywhere you go where there's Mexican food, but your odds are you'll get better stuff if you go to the source. Like German and Polish. There's a whole part of town up here that we jokingly refer to as Polish country, where if you want, like, really good sausage and really good pierogi, you go there. Oh, that's so fucking good. It's like, holy shit. There's, like, a couple dozen just, like, family-owned restaurants that have, like, 2 employees. It's just, like, a surly old man and his wife that work there, and they're all wonderful. I've been to a few of them, and they're so fucking good. Just cover all the bases. Exactly. It's like when you go to a Chinese place here and they also have pizza and French fries because reasons, you know? I need to check my metal bars because I need to start working on furniture. All right. Silver table, 40. Silver throne, 40. Iron chest, 10. Iron weapon rack, 10. Iron this is all going upstairs. Polish sausage is great. There's a big Polish community here in Scotland, so it's easy to get the food. I mean, okay, no offense. The equivalent of you going from Scotland to Poland is like me driving to another city. That's a very close distance, so no shit. Everywhere in Europe is basically everywhere in Europe. You guys just, like, walk for 10 minutes and you're in a different country in some places. Like, so yes, of course you're all close together. Of course there's big communities. Or the ocean. Yeah, that too. Like, you know, me going to Mexico is like the equivalent of you going to China. Not quite, but not too far off. Schnitzel is really fucking good. So my Oma, before she became super frail, used to make schnitzel all the time. 3-hour drive? Dude, 3-hour drive is... When me and my dad go cross-country skiing, it's a 4.5-hour drive. 3-hour drive is like where we stop for breakfast. Like, that's where I go skiing. Like, if me and my dad want to go cross-country skiing, it's a 4.5-hour drive from here. And we'll go there and back in the same day. You never had schnitzel, Bastet? Go outside some more. It's good for you. The schnitzel is not, though. But the outside part is. You should go get schnitzel when you get the opportunity. Go find yourself a nice little German bakery. It's good shit. You can drive for 3 hours and not leave your state. To get out of my province, it's about a 8-hour drive. What is it? Google it. Delicious pastry. My Oma used to make schnitzel all the damn time. Schnitzel. It's like a pastry like meat. I think it's veal? Question mark? Tasty. Now you're really hungry? Yeah. I just want some fucking sauerkraut. I should have bought the sauerkraut at the grocery store. They had this big old bowl of sauerkraut in the whatchamacallit? You can schnitzel any meat. Really? I feel like the only schnitzel I've ever actually had has been veal. Like veal or like lighter meats. I can drive for 3 hours and get imprisoned in Saudi Arabia for having a VPN on your phone. I mean, that's a little bit less interesting than going cross-country skiing, but that's also pretty pog, I guess. Isn't that kind of scary, Spitalier? Like, don't you find that mildly terrifying? The porn is worse? What? The part of the world where you can get arrested for having a VPN on your phone. That's where Spitalier's at. Where are you at? On my phone. That is a very accurate statement. You probably are on your phone. More importantly, what is this dwarf doing? United Arab Emirates. It's a very international audience that we have here. We actually have a few people who watch from that region. There's also one person who watches this stream who can hear the F1 cars and the race cars practicing. Be sage? Yes, definitely be sage. Like, get mystical powers and like shoot stuff with your your wizard's abilities. I'm like super paranoid I'm gonna get invaded now. Super paranoid. Until the elves show up to trade next year, I'm very worried. More shit at work, you'll probably get kicked out soon. Don't mess up more shit at work. Getting kicked out is not funny. Ignore the fire behind me. Cool guys don't look at explosions, you know? That's all you gotta say is cool guys don't look at the explosions. They just turn and they walk away from work while it's burning down. Also ignore the fire behind me. Hold on, I have an emote for this. Speaking of ignore the fires, Dark Skynet's throwing a tantrum. He's researching, pondering, and researching and pondering and researching and pondering on high speeds. No longer throwing a tantrum. Excellent. Cultivation for a dispensary. You know, Ryan, I think that this, like, your work saga or like your employment saga is like a it's like a soap opera. It feels like it never ends. The humans are here to trade because like you're what I feel like 1 year you're just going on about how, yeah, no, I gotta like cut back on like weed intaking and like because I want to get a job working for the city, yada yada, you know, like, and they're gonna do drug tests, and then you're just like, I just got an interview working for a cultivation for a dispensary. It's just like, all right, we on the other end of the spectrum now. Fucking good for you though. Hopefully it goes well. You're hoping this ends? I hope so too. I hope you find solid, consistent work. So that I don't need to gift you subs again. Son of a... Although next time I have to gift you subs, I'm just gifting you 6. I had to threaten someone once with that, where I'm just like, I'll just gift you 6 months of subs. He's like, don't you fucking dare. You forgot that defragging takes so long? Defragging takes a very long time, yeah. Can confirm. I haven't defragged a drive in a very long time. Looks smugly in Penguin. Well, I mean, you don't want to defrag SSDs. Drastically lowers their lifespan. Unless you want your SSDs to fail. In that case, then yeah, go nuts on the SSDs. Another human caravan has arrived, as well as the Royal Treasurer. And cheers, Jamie's been reelected. Zaki, welcome back. Yeah, you do. You do indeed. Just ask Bastet. You do indeed get resub notifications on the reoccurring subs. If you gift somebody 6 months of sub, you get notifications for all of it. Every single one of them. What's even funnier is it defaults to what do you might call it? The thank you person for gifting me the subscription, even after like 4 months. Someone gifted me 24 months of Rust Money subscription, which is crazy. A single month doesn't, you don't get notifications, but multi-months you do. But yeah, someone gifted me 2 years of Rust Money subscriptions, so I get to pop into Russ's channel once a month now and pop a resub, even though like it's actually just a reoccurring sub that somebody else paid for. Yeah, fucking 24 months. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend the greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world's the same as ever, and I think I just saw a tantrum in the background. But you never see him? He's never on, dude. He streams very infrequently. He streams very infrequently and made more money in the first hour of a stream than I did so far that month. Once I was watching Russ Money's stream, and he had it was like a multi overlapping level 5 hype train in the first 10 minutes of the stream while he was still in starting soon. He turns on his microphone. He's like, "You guys are going a little nuts today." It's like, Jesus. Zaki said, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. The secret to making a streamer go away is just give them ungodly amounts of money so they don't need to stream very much. And then they'll just fuck off. It's kind of great. If you want streamers to just leave, just throw lots of money at them. Because then they'll just sink into a hole in the floor and never come out. They're still unloading. How dare you? Bum 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 bum. Just need my trader to come back. I still have no idea how... I still kind of have no idea how I accidentally sold wood to the elves. Somebody must have, like, brought me clothing that was studded with wood. Must have been that. There we go. Animals is down to 57. Mm-hmm. 2 days and 2 years ago. 2 days and 2 years ago. I stare at that date more often than most people, so yeah, no, it's definitely... definitely right around now. But they didn't start releasing screenshots until almost a year ago. So that's why it probably doesn't feel that long. Because they started releasing the graphic screenshots almost a year ago. Also, we're just 10 days off of my lockdown anniversary. We skipped a year. That too. That too. We had a leap year, yes. Uh-huh. How do we celebrate that? I cry it internally in stream. Actually, what day of the week is that? Hold on. Let me finish pouring my coffee. Looking forward to another year of lockdown. Can we watch? You're watching me cry internally right now, sir. Yeah, I'll be streaming. It's a Thursday. There are no mammoth creatures, but you can get were-mammoths and demon mammoths. But you can't just find a mammoth walking around in the wild. Hey, I mean, you seem to have a pretty solid work situation now, pilot. It's not completely horrible, but maybe contributing to some alcoholism. Alcoholism. It's another one of those industries that's flourished in the past year. Kind of amazed that none of those crimes got reported on Dark Skynet. It's not actually what I wanted to make. I wanted to make those all out of bone. Oh well. Are you gonna cancel out of this? Just making sure that we have, yeah, we do have plenty of charcoal and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. Try and get some sleep, Audio. Yeah. I'd give you advice, but you know your way around night shift. Cheers, man. Go get some sleep. I don't know. I mean, like, when it comes to the 1 year of lockdown, for me, it's been a really, really, really rough year. And it's going to be another rough year because I know that I'm going to be one of the few people that's still in lockdown towards the end. Because of how the vaccines are going here and because they're doing vaccines by age, not by risk factor. So most people are going to be back to normal way before I am, and I'm still going to be over here like just not going outside and not seeing people. So it's going to be a really long year for me. And I was talking with a friend about this the other day, but like I know for a fact that last year was rough, but at the very least, like last year there was a lot of not necessarily excitement, but like, oh, this is kind of new. And also it's going to be over soon. And like, there was still a lot of optimism. And now it's just like, all right, well, I know that we're not going to be getting vaccines for a while. I know that it's going to take a really long time for all this stuff to be done. And I know that people around me are going to go back to normal way before they should. So I look at like the current state of things and just kind of read that as, oh, well, this is just going to go on for a long time. So that kind of sucks because it's very easy for me to just be like, well, it's going to be another year of this now. And I don't want that at all. And I'm not ready for that. I don't think I can deal with that. But so if anything, I think for me personally, this year is going to be harder than last year was. Purely based on the fact that I have to deal with this again and do this all again, which I don't want to. And I'm not equipped to do. The federal level of mandate, that's good. Yeah. I don't know, at least my Oma, I think, got her second injection yesterday, so... You had such plans for 2020? I didn't really have plans for 2020, but I was like passively hoping that I'd be able to do some fun stuff in 2020. My triplets have grown to become children, so that's good. Mom can now like take a break and is probably the most ripped dwarf in the fort after having to haul those fucking children around for so long. But yeah, I don't know. I never really had crazy plans for 2020, so at least I guess that's kind of a bonus. But I don't know. I'm here and I'm able to do this full time because you guys are kind, so there's that, you know. At the end of 20... I wouldn't jinx it, cutest. I wouldn't jinx it. Be careful with what you say. Be careful with what you say. I wouldn't jinx it. But I don't know. I was very much ready to like not be able to do this full time by the end of 2019 because I was kind of expecting that support would stick around for a bit, but I also was very much expecting to like 2020 was going to be the year where it's like, well, my time as a full-time streamer is going to end because there's no way in hell people are going to support this nonsense financially any longer than they already have, and I'm still here somehow, so there's that. First resub of the day, Von Roland, thank you very much for 38 months. Cheers, dude. That dwarf is moving really slowly with that table. But I hope you're doing well, stupid. They pretty much canceled then moved the Australian GP. Oh, yeah. Also, Dark Skynet's fallen into depression. Have you made an artifact? No, you have not. Dark Skynet might just die, which kind of sucks. Less than 2 weeks until the start. Yeah, I guess you're just more optimistic than I am. Still not comfortable looking at homes yet? Actually, 2020 might actually make it possible for me to be able to afford a house because the housing market here has kind of crashed because of the pandemic. And, like, rent's gone down and shit, so there's certainly been a bit of a silver lining, I guess. But, I don't know. It's good to see you again, though, Seething. Hope things are well. I was kind of hoping I'd have some fun colors, but... Ooh. Another one. The forgotten beast Lushit has come. A gigantic eyeless scorpion with lacy wings. It is slavering. Its slate gray exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its poisonous sting. So where is it? It's blue? Still don't see it. Oh. I still don't see it. I know it's over on the left. Oh, wait, hold up. It's over here and they're fighting. It's over on the right. And it's fighting with the other forgotten beast, and it's dead. Yet another one falls to the gigantic glass humanoid. This guy. Just killed that thing. Lushit, mangled corpse. The violence continues. How long has the glass man been in the basement? That's a good question. Probably around 30 or 40 years. Well, yeah, about that. Because I dug down there on year 20 and it showed up pretty quick. The giant glass humanoid's been down there for a while. Quite a long while. But, you know, that's also kind of part of the fun, right? That he just lives down there. Trying to think. Don't want to do anything with those gems. basically until next year, I'm going to be worried. Because I screwed up that trade with the elves. So I haven't, hopefully by, hopefully next year they come and trade with us again. Because that will alleviate my fears. But yeah, no, something I need to go look up in Legends once we hit year 200, 205 is I need to see how many kills that thing has. Because I genuinely have no idea. Ducky's stressed, really? Been feeling anxious, have you now? Hang in there, Rainbow Ducky. You'll be alright. You'll be alright. States with low interest rates, people are paying above and asking sight unseen. Really? Yeah, I don't know. For me, my long-term plan is just save money, save money, save money, save money, and then when my little sister comes back from Quebec, which she's planning to at some point, we all kind of want to go in on like a duplex or a big house together, because me and my little sister shouldn't be living alone, basically. And my little sister's boyfriend, his work, he's going to be traveling a lot. So, I technically probably shouldn't be living alone because of, like, my health. Same with my little sister. She also has similar health issues to me and probably shouldn't be living alone. So... And as I grow older, my eyesight's going to get worse and worse and worse, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. So it's kind of well, it just makes a lot of logical sense for us to just kind of... You okay there, Dwarf? Terrified while in conflict. Are we getting dive bombed by birds? Oh, there's like a single owl. Okay, and it's panicking. Great. Combat owls. You gotta love them. You know, actually, I'm going to put 3-gem windows down here because they run past those all the damn time. If I put, like, SARD windows all the way along here, I'm sure that that'll deal with this. There we go. They already canceled one of them. Well, that was fast. Which one did they cancel? 2 of them. Date. But yeah, I don't know. For me, like, 2020 was an awful year, but also, in many ways, a very good year for me. It was the year that my YouTube channel started to do things. Meaning, like, my YouTube channel is actually something now. Whereas a year ago, to give you an idea, I actually went and looked this up. February last year, my YouTube channel got, like, 1,800 views. Like, 1,800 views. In the last 28 days, my YouTube channel has gotten 124,000. So that's been pretty cool. That's been pretty cool to watch happen. So, like, that's been neat. You know, and the fact that I'm still here is also really neat. So, I don't know, you kind of got to take the little victories, I guess. The little victories with the big anxieties. And kind of, like, bouncing off of what I was talking about last night, like, I'm still doing this full time, which is way more than I could say for a lot of people who I considered peers a number of years ago, who have just like vanished off of Twitch over the years. Has basically saved me money. Kind of the same here, but also kind of not. Like, in some ways, I've saved money. In other ways, it's cost me money. Like, for example, I really wanted to go to Roguelike Celebration last year. And the amount of networking I would have been able to do if I went to Roguelike Celebration last year would have been amazing. But also, like, I didn't have to go to PAX. You know, I saved $1,800 in bus passes that I didn't need to buy, right? Because I just didn't need to buy bus passes. So that's a pretty big deal. If I had to buy bus passes, that would have been a lot of money that I would have had to spend. Feel wonder. You also feel wonder. Let's let them do what they're doing, because it seems like they're doing the right thing. I don't know, chat. Just what's something good that's happened to you in the last year? That's kind of, I think, how lockdown 2020 anniversaries should be celebrated. Is just what's something good that happened to you in 2020? Something that isn't shit, you know? What is a positive thing that happened to you this year? Well, last year, I guess. Into 2021, if you want. That's good shit. School going well is a positive. You got a little dog? What kind of dog, if I can ask? Also, can you post pictures of said dog on my Discord? Please. I request pet pics. Unless you've already posted them, in which case, thumbs up. You've had more time to focus on your health? That's good. You got your first gig as a video game composer. Damn, dude. That was my dream job at one point. You got into racing? Yeah. Yeet. I also got into motor racing. I wasn't even thinking about that. Parents got a new cat. Hope that they like the tastefully arranged gem windows. That's good, Von Roland. Going on a cruise in 2020 is brave, though. That's brave. You paid off your car 2 years early? Fuck yeah, dude. Also, how about how Thing do? I hope Thing be good. It was 3 days before cruises ended forever. Oh, really? Wow. Damn. I mean, to be fair, the cruise industry, kind of a shitty industry, so. But they were already floating petri dishes before the global pandemic, so. Cruise lines are only 2 to 3 years away from normal. As a Vancouver resident, I think that we would do very well for there to be less cruise industry. Or at the very least, higher policing of gray water disposal in the police in the policing in that industry, because good lord, those fuckers get away with murder. Absolute goddamn murder. It is absolutely distressing how much cleaner our local waters are. Shipping industry is horrible for the planet? Yeah. Well, shipping and the global travel industry. It's like, as much as people want to travel, it's like as much as it sucks, it would be like this is just me. I'm very fortunate, but in theory, I have everything I could ever want in my province, and I, in theory, never need to get on a plane ever again. For the rest of my life. Like, I have enough biomes. I could travel. I could go to a desert. I could go to we basically have tropics in my province. If you go to certain spaces, like we have mountain vistas, we have, we have hiking spots, we have resorts, we have casinos, we have literally everything that you could ever want in one province. I, in theory, never need to leave again. This is a perfect employer for a serial killer. You're not wrong. That's not the problem with the cruise industry, though. Is it's getting harder to be a serial killer every year. Unfortunately for the serial killer industry. We're getting better at tracking those. And no one will ever find out. Throw you over the edge, right? What was I going to make? I was going to queue something up. Can't remember what it was. Just let the dwarves do things. I need charcoal. That's what I need. Isn't that like due to people vanishing intentionally though? Isn't that like what they're supposed to do? Is like just it's mostly just like unhappy spouses just running off with people? Like, I don't know. To me, it's more like a disloyal spouse mating ground. More so than a serial killer employment industry. That's what the cruise industry is to me. More so than, you know. To get life insurance? Yeah, true. Scamming out life insurance? I didn't even think about that, but yeah. I'd also buy that. Autumn has come. You've been in bed all day with a migraine, finally clear enough to order food and stand looking at a screen. So now you're eating a bowl of ramen, some takoyaki, and some dumplings. I haven't had a bowl of ramen, takoyaki, and dumplings in like 8 months. God, man. Mostly because I have no fucking idea how to carb count ramen. Absolutely none. It's less due to the pandemic and more just I had no idea. I'd need to like separate out the noodles and weigh them, basically. And everything else that has carbs and ramen. The paperwork has arrived. You're moving really fast. Tribute carrier. So you'll better use planes and ruin the environment? I think I might just become like a local hermit and just like whenever I want to travel, just go somewhere in the greater Vancouver area. No wonder he was so fast. He brought nothing. 25 copper arrows and a wood oaken crutch. Of course he's running real fast. He's not carrying like a giant animal in a lead cage this time. No, it should be. It should be, and probably is. But you are underestimating my politeness and lack of desire to be a bother. It's like, could I just phone them and ask? Fucking probably. Am I going to? Nah. Yeah. Also, takeout ramen's never as good as in-store ramen, so I would ask in a store. Like, if I actually, like, went to a ramen place, I'd just straight up be like, yo, what's the carb counts of this shit? And then they'd probably tell me. But a water buff? That's also very small. I guess water buffaloes are heavy, but... Huh. That's also very small. Okay, they brought a lead cage. Lead cage is heavy. And water buffalo is heavy. It's a lot for a poor donkey to carry. I actually don't know what... was it a mule or a horse? I didn't look. Fresh ramen indeed. Mm-hmm. Well, there's some real good ramen places around here too. Oh well, that's something I miss from the before times. Actually, you know, Hobo, I think the last time I had ramen was with you. That's pretty decent, yeah. I'm pretty sure the last time I had ramen was with you, when you were here. It's been a while since I've had ramen. They're like 5 minutes down the road and you're not sitting in someone's car for too long. That's also good, yeah. The nearest ramen place is like a bit of a ways from me. I feel like this dwarf's doing better. That place is fucking good. Yeah, it's not the best ramen in the world by any stretch, but it's pretty good. Like you could certainly, excuse me, do worse than that. Yeah, it's Gojira ramen. Gojira ramen, Vancouver. It's like that. I wonder how well that place is doing during COVID. I'll bet you like they're just like takeout only because that place is like, it's not just like shouldered. It's not just like a small space to eat in. It's like elbow to elbow, and you don't have space to stand up and move because that's how cramped it is. Like everybody, it's like literally a hole in the wall with like 15 tables, and you're probably sharing a table with somebody you don't know, and like everything is super fucking fast, but like. It's tiny. That place is so fucking small. Now, something I have had a number of times since then, though, is I've had pho. Pho is something I've had a number of times because where I'm at, there's a lot of good pho places around here. There's one ramen place in my part of town, and it's bad. I don't know how they're still open. It's awful. It's disgusting. But there's 3 good pho places around here. Although, to be fair, it's pretty hard to fuck up pho. So 100% that place is either closed or takeout only. I mean, that place has won awards and been on cooking shows, so I guarantee you they ain't closed. They're definitely takeout only. Isn't pho basically Viet ramen? No, because it's a very different broth, and the style of soup is totally different, and it's just like Vietnamese noodle soup, but that's like saying that Asian noodles is Japanese spaghetti. You know? It's like, well, yes, but fucked it up pretty bad. That's unfortunate. It's not easy to make that broth, though. Really? They've never brought arrows and they've never brought crutches? Maybe they just discovered medical equipment and arrows and they wanted to show off their new discovery. Kids always wanted Chinese chicken nuggets. Oh, really? What's that, like sweet and sour pork? Or like sesame chicken? You had pre-made broth? I'm sorry. Sweet and sour chicken? Gotcha. Yeah, I could see why kids would call that Chinese chicken nuggets. I could see that. That makes sense. That checks out. That checks out. They seem to like tempura batter and then the deep fry better than the deep fried fast food nuggets. Well, I mean, it's no better for you, but I would argue that tempura batter is just better than fast food batter. Like, I would fight in that. I would go for that argument. I could see that. Like, if given the option between eating tempura every day for the rest of my life or eating, like, chicken nuggets every day for the rest of my life, fucking tempura 10,000 times. No issues there. Absolutely no issues. That's something I haven't had. I haven't had good tempura in a really long time because the last time... Because, like, tempura doesn't really last in takeout. I've had sushi takeout twice since the pandemic started, and I haven't gotten tempura either time because tempura just doesn't survive Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats or any takeout service. It just doesn't work. Really doesn't. You need that that needs to be eaten, like, within minutes of it coming out of the deep fryer. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. And I've been craving some good tempura for a while. You never had tempura? I mean, it's just like Japanese deep fried shit, but it's got a unique batter. It's very good. And they'll give you like a vinegar like sesame sauce to go with it, which is also very good. That or like a soy vinegar sauce. That's a lot of jewelry. I feel like everybody in chat's just really hungry today because we're just talking about food nonstop. Just nonstop. Dark Skynet's throwing a tantrum. Vicod says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of us? All of the wood. All of it. Sorry if I'm making you guys hungry, chat. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Chicken butt. You told me to guess what, Freskins? Also, why do you guys all spell pho really strange? P-H-O. It's simple. It's easy. It's spelled P-H-O. Fa. P-H-O is pronounced fa. Ya nerds. Which is why they make so many funny puns for the names of the pho places. Like, there's a pho place around here called Pho Yourself. Yep. They're very funny. That's like a self-serve pho noodle bar. It's actually a really good place. You're the dummies who says faux? Faux show. I'll bet you there's a place called Pho Show. Of course, Pho King is the classic, right? P-H-O-K-I-N-G. So people say Pho King, but it's actually Pho King because they're funny. The classic internet humor. Rayman noodles? I don't need to imagine it. As I've seen people do that, Techno. It's so fucking good. Photoshopped? Photoshopped. Photoshopped. It doesn't work, man. Don't work. Although the Pho King Chinese was not Photoshopped. That's a real place. It's actually a pretty good form of marketing too. Yeah, sure, fuck king and all that, but like, where's the fuck queen? Yeah, exactly. God damn patriarchy. Someone needs to like, you know, I'll bet you that there's probably a pho place in Queens called Pho Queens. That's got to exist, right? Someone has to have done that. Like, there's no way in hell that that goof has not been, like, done before. Like, that's just, it's too easy. It's right there. Someone has to have done it. Someone go start a pho place in Queens and called it Pho Queens. Also, side tangent. My dad called me the other day because he wanted to talk about stuff that I would understand. And I was like, okay, Dad, what do you want to talk about? And he was like, so, everybody at work is talking about non-fungible tokens. Can you explain them to me? Because seriously. The non-fungible token crap? Yep. Mm-hmm. He's just like, yeah, I know everybody at work is like talking about it. And apparently it's like this great thing that we should all be investing in. I'm like, Dad? Dad. First off, you're old. Second, no. This is the shit that's going to kill us all. It's literally the shit that's going to kill us all. So someone just commented on one of my videos, hey people. And I swear, I've literally never deleted a comment on my YouTube channel. And I've had some pretty shitty like comments over the years. And I'm suddenly considering deleting that comment. Just because fuck Seth. But also like, I could just leave it. Shit's so fucking obnoxious. How do we get more funding for our crypto startup problem? Yeah, I mean, thanks, NBA. You know what's real funny about the NBA stuff? Where it's just like, oh, you can go buy like the rights to this specific video or this specific photo. Is you can literally just right click and save them. It's just like, oh, yeah, we're selling NFT videos. So you can buy. Well, no, you don't get the rights to the video, but you own that number of that video or whatever the fuck. Anyway, you could literally just right click and save it and just have it. Just be like, yeah, fuck you, it's mine. Oh God, like so like I was like watching because like my dad spiraled me into this. I need to go look all this stuff up. I was aware of its existence, but like I need to go look this stuff up after my dad was asking me about it. And the only thing that I've please don't kill my mare. All right. The only thing that like, oh nope, you did. You punched my mare. Well, you're going back to prison, Skynet. Hopefully. Anyway, the best part about that whole thing with the NBA is if you like they literally have ads which are just like advertising these things, and the way they're describing it is it's just loot boxes. Like they're straight up just describing it as a casino. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching these advertisements for this shit going like, how is this legal? Like straight up, like just not even like, is this a waste of money, but actually just how is this legal? Like crypto is gambling, but kind of like weird, almost fun gambling in a way. That shit's just straight up gambling. It's so bizarre to me. It's like someone was like, yeah, so the sneaker market is really fucking stupid. Hold my beer. It's only not regulated? Well, it certainly seems legal because they're certainly doing it, but sure. Exactly. It's legal because it's legal. They just haven't made the rules for it yet. So they're getting in while the getting is good. Anyway, it's also more reasons to not, buy anything from Kings of Leon or listen to Kings of Leon again. Loot boxes in games got outlawed. Canada's catching up on that. We're working on that. There's a big lawsuit going on right now in Canada for that stuff. You're buying the ownership they issue, and you can make an entity out of any file. Yeah, exactly. Then sell the token for gazillions of dollars and you get nothing out of it. Yeah, right? It's very strange. Do you want to buy the token for an Elon Musk tweet? You could do that for some reason. You're getting a beating. The Uncap was sold for 700 cam. Ha! Dead meme. Someone got ripped off. Like, last I checked, the whole point of, like, the internet was to, have free access to information, right? And now, like, the internet's been around for, 30 years? And people are like, hey, we can buy part of the internet. Excuse me. I got offered a sponsorship, like, I don't know, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, middle winter, which was for a game which I will not name, which is completely powered by the blockchain, and every item in that game is a non-fungible token. Oh, you're bleeding a little bit. Ooh, you actually did get kind of well beat. Shit, this poor dwarf, man. It's quite the beating. It's probably just money laundering. God, I hope so. Remember the $1 per pixel page? Yes, but that was a neat gimmick. This isn't a neat gimmick. This is just scary. And using a lot more processing power than buying a $1 pixel. I mean, like, you're not buying part of the internet, but you're paying me for a service of sound commands and me yelling on the internet about random garbage, right? It's an iteration of that. I disagree, but okay.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Now you're paying to advertise somebody else's thing. Isn't that weird? Then shit on the game for a week. I didn't read very far into it. I read the headline and deleted it. I didn't even look at how much money they were offering, but knowing the company that was running the deal, probably around $50. And generally, those contracts have, like, no needless bad-mouthing of the game in there. So, yeah, probably. Couldn't have done that. Usually they have some form of no needless bad-mouthing or equivalent of that. That's absolutely happening. I mean, if people are laundering money through World of Warcraft, people are laundering money through crypto. People are laundering money through non-fungible tokens. People are laundering money through, yes. If it exists, people are laundering money through it. That's why money exists, is so that we can commit crimes. Speaking of crypto and shit, though, Bitcoin hit an all-time high again yesterday and has since tanked. It's fun to watch that. It's fun watching people on subreddits freak the fuck out. Oh no, it dropped by 4%. Jupiter Hell is worth the advertisement? I hope so, man. I hope that that game does well on release. They've gotten a couple recent reviews, actually. Jupiter Hell has. They've got 11 recent reviews. I haven't actually seen that in a while. Man, I'd like to see them get enough positive reviews to get up to the overwhelmingly positive. You need to watch that interview. I mean, it's a movie. Fucking grab some popcorn when you do. It's gonna make a lot of people not like crypto. I'm somebody who's passively interested in crypto, right? Like I've always found it like passively interesting, not something that I'd ever buy into or invest in super heavily, but it's something that I've always been like kind of fascinated by in a weird way. Whereas NFT shit just makes me want to vomit. But yes, it would be good if we could just turn off and get rid of crypto. And this is coming from somebody who's kind of interested in crypto, just at technology-wise. I think it's interesting. Life is, in a word, torture, yes. How old is the fort? Year 182, late autumn, so -5 years, and that's how old the fort is. Why would I do that? 'Cause you can. I don't know. It's like buying digital it's like buying digital sports cards. But at least like with sports cards, it's a physical item, right? At least it's a physical item. It's like the equivalent of trying to use chocolate dollars as currency. It's like, all right. In regard of crypto? I mean, first we need quantum computing to work, which hasn't happened yet. Well, I mean, it works, but I think you know what I mean. You also toppled a statue. Like the Pokemon stock stuff you have on Twitch. How about this, chat? Instead of spending all of your money on non-fungible tokens, you go to patreon.com/BLINDIRL and you give me $1 a month, and then you get to vote on what game we get into next month. This past month has been Dungeon Mans, which I've put 7 hours into, and I think I can probably get through a run of that game. I got a pretty good idea of what that game has to offer at this point. Or, you know, you just buy a couple dollars in bits. Probably better than, you know, buying non-fungible tokens. Vandalism against Dark Skynet for knocking down that loom over there, which is super unfortunate. Tiny Goliath is hard at work. Delighted remembering eating a legendary meal. Really? Wait, what do you like eating? 2-grain wheat beer, foxtail mullet flour. I certainly have foxtail mullet flour. That's awesome, actually. You don't see that very often. It's not really, it's a really not broken democracy. It's not because you pay more that you have more votes. Man, could you imagine if I could make the higher tiers get like 2 or 3 votes? I would totally do that on Patreon. You fucking bet I would do that. But then it would just be like, B-Lug would just decide what game we play this month. Or Hobo decides what game we play this month. Oh no. Went and beat him up. Not putting him in prison? Come on. Beating the dwarf up's not going to do anything. Man. I'm the reason capitalism doesn't work? Really now? How about you give me a you give me $1 on Patreon to find out. See if capitalism doesn't work. Or rather, it's more of a I am a perfect example why capitalism doesn't work. Actually, here, I've got a perfectly good example why capitalism doesn't work, and it's way funnier. There you go. That's why capitalism's don't working. Why don't capitalism's working? It's funny to me when I see that because I have a stupid sense of humor. You'll lower it to $1 to see. I mean, then you just lose your sound commands, man. That's not worth it. See, now I'm getting bribery as well as rigging the votes. You buy with subscriptions? I haven't read that far into the Twitch contracts, but I feel like that's probably breaking some sort of terms of service. How about instead of making crypto that you can buy with subscriptions, I simply make custom water pipes and sell like bongs shaped like skulls with a top hat? How about I do that instead of selling my own crypto coin? There you go. Now we know why capitalism is not working. All right, what jobs do you even have? Taking off of hauling and other jobs. It's like you just do fun jobs. Your candidate said yes, did not have enough funds. You should have thrown more channel points at it, okay? The only one actually funding his candidate was B-Lug with the channel points. I wish you could get interest on your channel points. You should. Were you here when Hobo figured out the US dollar value of channel points? It's kind of bonkers, actually. Based on the average minimum wage in the US. I mean, you can throw channel points at making me take a day off right now if you want. Why is this dwarf just standing here? And reading silly stories. Sometimes you just got them, man. Take days off and read silly stories. Speaking of Patreon, though. Freskins, I still owe you a sound command. It's been 3 months. God. Send me something, please. Ooh. Odd Realm patch. Huh. Apparently you can change the size of your settlements in Odd Realm now. They have small, medium, and large options. And small, medium, and large worlds. That's kind of neat. I really need to stumble back into Odd Realm at some point. I feel like that would be another dev that would be fun to talk to. Be the developer of Odd Realm. I'd be really curious to know if he's concerned at all about the release of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, suddenly competing with the game that you're inspired by. Must be a daunting thing for any developer. Now this one, you just want to acquire something and you want decent meals. What do you want to eat? Turkey and beet plants. Pendant amaranth beer. Turkey, eh? Chat, can I get a round of beers? We haven't had enough reasons to post rounds of beers. I'll be right back. Gotta go use the toilet.
Bring out your dead!
Bring out your dead. What? Bring out your dead. Bong. Man, something kind of cool in the background that I can't wait to announce, but can't announce yet. That's one thing that kind of sucks about streaming. It's just like, man, I really want to announce this thing, but can't yet. Cool things. Let's make 200 more charcoal. brewing drinks, making thrones, making tables, making grates. Man, it's real nice weather again today. I'm gonna try and go for a walk this afternoon, I think. I'm gonna try and get outside. Going to attempt to anyway. Ducky, how you doing? Ah, you're doing okay. You're not super sad or anything. No more crimes while I was gone. Dark Skynet's in a bad way. His head is dented. Woohoo. But you know, at the end of the day, that's how I feel about non-fungible tokens. What Pilot Guy just did, that scream. Yeah, that's that's me and non-fungible tokens. Set that shit on fire. Get rid of it. The moral of the story is don't buy lottery tickets for dumb digital tokens. Throw your money at Twitch streamers. It's a much better waste of your money. But you'll get more Twitch streamers. And better Twitch streamers. Also, after doing my taxes last night, I've more or less decided I'm not going to any conventions next year, probably the year after, because I felt like I spent a lot of money on my streaming setup last year. Like, I bought a new camera, 2 new monitors, a monitor stand, I got a new chair, bunch of stuff I bought, right? You know what? I spent less than I normally do on conventions. I feel like I spent a shit ton of money on office shit this past year. I spent less than I normally do on conventions. Convention is like easily $1,500 for the weekend. Easy. Between like hotel, flights, fucking food, 5 Ubers a day, like trying to get to appointments. Once you like factor in all of that stuff, it's way more expensive. I like how you're attending a meeting, and by attending a meeting, you're standing on top of the guy who you're supposed to be attending the meeting with, who's sleeping right now. You weirdo. So I think that next 2 years are going to be me spending money on making this show the best damn show I can make it. Rather than, like, wasting my time at fucking conventions. Because, you know, I wasted enough time at conventions, but I made the most important connection I possibly could at a convention, which is I met Tarn Adams and I met Zach Adams. You mean it's time to meet. Or it's nice to meet you. On the topic of spending money on things.
NANI?
You'd like to meet me at a con? Yeah, but, you know, you'll be fine. You'll be fine not meeting me. It's okay. But that's what I mean. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. If you would like to buy that right there. MeatCon was definitely the highlight of TwitchCon that year. Just fucking going to... dude, you want to know the beauty of MeatCon? I could still do MeatCon. No problem. That shit's really easy to carb count. Really fucking easy. But yeah, no, Danny Baranowski is pressing the original Super Meat Boy soundtrack to vinyl. So if you'd like, I'm just kind of hoping that this isn't going to dox my address or anything. I pledged the $40 the other day. So if you want to get that, it's $40 to get the double LP Super Meat Boy on vinyl. It's a fucking good soundtrack. So fucking good. Indeed. And also all of the non-protein things that they have that are like carby are all like in an a la carte serve yourself thing. So I could very easily just be like, all right, well, that's this amount, this amount, this amount. So yes, we could absolutely do MeatCon again. But I think that we should do MeatCon in another location, Hobo. Let's do like MeatCon Mexico or something. Or like MeatCon Japan. I'm sure we can make that happen in 2024. Or something. Look at this dwarf just making charcoal. Gotta love it. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, at the last time I went to a TwitchCon, which I think was 2019, 2019 TwitchCon, on the last day, me and Hobo and a bunch of our friends all got together and went to Brazilian barbecue, Fogo de Chao, and we air quotes called it MeatCon. And it was just like the end of the last day of the convention. We just all went to all you can eat barbecue and just ate for like 3 hours. And it was wonderful. I think it's like more food than I ate over the rest of the weekend combined. And it was great. It was phenomenal. Yeah, we were. Then things happened. Yeah. But here's the thing. By the time shit clears up and we could actually do that in theory again, I'm good enough at counting shit that I could carb count that. I could carb count street food by that point. I'm getting better at like eyeballing beans too, because I eat a lot of beans. I eat a lot of beans and rice. So. Yeah, we'll make that happen. We'll make that happen. I mean, the thing that I was actually originally planning for 2020, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but I was planning on buying a laptop, a good enough laptop to stream, and a small, well, probably just taking this mic and then some sort of small audio setup like what I have basically. So I could probably do it. I just need a laptop. And then the whole plan was I was going to travel in 2020 and go to friends who I've stayed with over the years or places that I know that I could bunk with or like get Airbnbs or whatnot. And because I wanted to go down to Seattle because I've got friends in Seattle, then go down to California because I've got friends in California, and then go over to Texas because I've got a bunch of friends in Texas, or rather Arizona, California, Texas, and then Florida, and then back up and visit my little sister up in Quebec. And I was going to stream from different locations. I had like a fucking map planned out in like different places I knew I could stay. And I was going to do it all mostly via train. And then 2020 happened. And then I was diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic, so that would also be a lot harder as a type 1 diabetic. So that's probably not going to happen. But there are things that I will be able to do in the future that I would really like to do. So many plans, yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of it's still very much a long-term plans thing, but it really is, yeah. And a lot of trains have good internet, too. Although I was just kind of planning on buying a satellite phone plan and just getting unlimited data and just going that route. Or just getting an unlimited data plan on my phone and just streaming via data. But I don't know. None of that shit happened. And here we are. 2021. Maybe 2024 I'll do that shit. But for right now, it's just, thank you, chat, for keeping me funded. Oh, also, since I haven't done this at all today, it literally costs 1 penny to get number 1 on that leaderboard. Just saying. Thanks, Chad, for keeping me funded. Shoutouts to Chad, my boy Chad, for keeping the stream funded. I don't know where I'd be without you, Chad.
Cheese for everyone!
Meanwhile, Chad's just standing there saying, look at this photograph. And everybody else is going, shut up, Chad. You want to practice a craft, eh?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Really? I don't. At least somebody does. Rock Scepter. Hey, Cyrolac, how we do? What's so special about art, says the 1-year-old. It's very humble, isn't particularly ambitious, curious and eager to learn, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, often feels discouraged, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Nothing about this dwarf says they should be easily depressed. Yeah, you got caught in a snowstorm once, and that's just like fucking your life up. Thanks, Anon, for the $1. Cheers. That's the first bits of the week. First bits of the day, too. Seriously, though, I wish I could do the anonymous cheers without being anonymous, because those little ghosts are amazing. You now have Tuesday off instead of Tuesday, Friday? Oh, Monday. Oh, so you have 2 days off in a row. You have 2-day weekends now? In a row? Because that's a significant improvement, in my opinion. Instead of having like long week, short week, etc. This seems like a much better like life situation, I would say. Oh, Saturday and Tuesday off. Oh, you only... Oh, I see. Huh. That's not good then. Unless, like, they're still paying you the same amount. Because that sucks. In 15 minutes, you're going to pretend to run in the street screaming? Why? What happens in 15 minutes? It's 1 p.m. in 15 minutes. What happens in 15 minutes? Is that international act like a Florida man day starts? Oh, you'll be off of work. Okay. You got a 5-cent an hour raise, a 50-cent an hour raise as well? Damn, dude. That's a bigger raise than I've ever gotten in my life. Fuck. That's kind of great. Man, I wish I was as nice as your boss. Fuck yeah. Work less and get a raise? Hell yeah. It's about as good as it gets, dude. Are you frequently depressed? Because this dwarf is really happy with their life. They just want to eat specific food. Never feels discouraged. I mean, you just got stronger. Is gripped by crippling shyness. There you go. There you go. God damn it, Abe. Why are you so shy? Just had like this weird moment. What day of the week is it? It's Monday. Bellinair's not streaming. Weird. Let's make a bit of new clothing. And let's also get a bunch of cloth going. Is there anything above this? Yeah, there is. You know, I'm actually going to cut out this area up here. We're going to do a bunch of digging. And I'm going to make this into another block stockpile. More block storage, because I need more block storage. So, do you have any plans on what you're going to do with all of this newfound free time, Cyralac? Aside from hopefully, like, play a lot of video games? And, you know, spend time with family and all that important jazz, but... Good shit. I mean, there's better things you could do with your time than watch me, but cool. Yeah, I'm going to use this area as a bar block storage. Maybe some more, like, cloth storage, too. But definitely bar block storage. Satisfied remembering about learning about furnace operation. I watched a furnace operation demonstration. Good shit. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers for the 100 bits, by the way? Cheap beers, frankly. It's a good price. So something that's been kind of stressing me out recently is not this coming Friday, but the Friday after. I have an appointment with my tax lady at 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. on a Friday, I have to go visit my tax lady. The office that she works out of is an 11-kilometer trip from here to there. And I really, really don't want to take public transit. What? Why did... Chimp just get beaten up? What? Oh, that was a while ago. Never mind. So it's an 11-kilometer trip. And I'm sitting here and going, all right, do I walk? So I really don't want to take the bus. Do I take a taxi? Do I try and figure out if we still have Uber here? Because we did for a minute. I don't know if there's anybody driving. It's this weird kind of problem now of like, what do I do? Also, it's springtime, so does anybody drop dead of old age? Thanks for all the channel points, guys. Cheers. God, I really wish I could call it not channels. Challenge, because I think calling them challenges is so stupid. Borrow a bicycle? Here? That's easier said than done. Also, you're telling a legally blind guy to ride a bicycle on busy streets. Yeah, that's a bad idea. That sounds like a really good way for me to die. Swoos! No! That was a really old dwarf. Goodbye, friend. You were a good dwarf. Also, apparently the tribute appeared and then immediately left. Yeah, the tribute from Busty Just Mac arrived and immediately left. Whoa! Fake Uber money.
Fake Uber money.
Fake Uber money. It almost sounded like she said Vancouver money. Thanks for 20 bucks, pilot. Cheers, man. Oh, I've got tons of podcasts, but 11 kilometers is a little bit long for a walk. How long before they declare war? Depends on if they find out. What would a taxi cost? Probably around 40 bucks. Taxis ain't cheap. 40 bucks CAD. Well, I say 40 because it would be about 20 to 26 each way. Ish. The Scholar Demonoid has become the student of Smash T. Well, that's cool. Smash T is a pretty long-time dwarf in this fort. Yeah, 152 years old. Good lord. Is romantically involved with Danny Eugene? Yeah. Which is why I'm considering walking. You say... Oh. And Dark Skynet's been found dead. Not actually sure exactly what killed him, but... RIP Dark Skynet. So we're down 2 dwarves. Thanks for the 20 bucks. Did you get redwarfed? Yes, you did. Dragon Man 2 is alive-ish. Thanks for the $20 times 2. So I know die on bike. We'll see what ends up happening. I don't know. But thanks, guys, for the $40. 20 and 20. Hoverboard it? Now, when you say hoverboard, do you mean those things with the 2 wheels on either side? That you, like, lean forward on and you go, whee! Those things? Those are completely illegal here. True fact. Oh, well, I mean, the Back to the Future style boards don't exist, but hoverboards... This fucking trash... Walmart was the first thing that popped. These things are branded, air quotes, hoverboard. They're illegal here. Also, holy fuck, those are on sale. Those things used to be $600 fucking dollars. My ass. Anyway, those are illegal here. Because enough people have died that like you're not allowed to ride them on the side of the walk or in public indoor spaces. So quite literally, the only place you're allowed to ride them is in parking lots and your own house. That's it. Which I think is kind of amazing. Oh, apparently Dragon Man 2 already died. I don't remember you dying, but supposedly you did. Dragon Man. You got redwarfed as one of the merchants, though, so... Man. Man. Has become student. Holy shit, that confirms it. You knew masters and apprentices could happen post World Gen? Oh, that's been happening in this fort since the start. Zapdos, you could have just asked me. But yes, that absolutely can happen past World Gen. Absolutely, yeah. 100%. Man, I'm so bummed out about Swiss dying. That was such a good dwarf. I missed that one. You'd rather get a Segway? Children. Who wants to use those? But they're basically Segways. They're just Segways without the handle. So there's Segways, but like way less safe, basically. Significantly more dangerous segways. Whew. The elves have arrived to trade. Thank God. Let's see if they, they're about $3.45 per kilometer. I want to say it's $3.45 base, and I want to say it's about $3 per kilometer here. You get so offended by prices, though. Be like, when people are like, yo, this thing costs this amount. I'm like, yeah, with you, it's like, this thing costs this amount here. You're like, that's insulting. I'm offended. I'm going to start a riot. Let's go and throw stuff at people. I don't quite understand your passion for, like, the hatred of, like, something costing a couple of dollars. Oh, the horror. $30 for a taxi. In the words of regarding a different topic, you'd look like an asshole. Yes, this is surprising. Inflation. Actually, what I'm trying to do is saying, it makes you look old because inflation's a problem. That's all. So, stop showing your age, Dad. It's like, yeah, prices go up. It's actually cheaper to rent an electric car from Evo here and drive it yourself than it is to get a taxi. You're fucking old. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, it is genuinely cheap. It's cheaper to rent an electric vehicle and drive it yourself. Because we have these things called Evo. They're like everywhere. You just sign up for the app and you put in your driver's license and all that shit. And it just charges you by the hour. It's like $4 an hour or something to rent one of those cars, and then you just plug them back in at one of their designated parking spots that are literally fucking everywhere around here. And it's super cheap. But I can't drive, so it's useless to me. There's 3 of them parked in front of my building all the time. So, but like, can't do it. I wish that we had those bike rental things down, like out here. But you want to know the beauty of those bike rental things? You need a driver's license. So that's super useful. Fuckers. And like down in various cities in California, they'll have like electric scooters and shit that you can just rent. And it's like, yeah, you also need a driver's license. So it's like, how's that helpful? I don't fully get the logic there, but you need a driver's license. Yeah, the Evo cars are actually kind of rad. They're not nice electric cars. They're like Nissan Leafs and stuff like that, but like, they're good. Any of your friends? You think I have friends. That's cute. I have one friend who doesn't drive, and one friend who's just as much at risk with pandemic shit as me, who lives in downtown. That's kind of it. I might see if my mom can drive me, but she's working. Yeah, my parents own a Leaf. But like, they're not luxury vehicles, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They're not luxury vehicles. License to bike. Well, no, here's the thing. You don't need a license to ride a bike, but there are bike rental services that you need a driver's license to use. Does that make sense? So in order to use the bike rental services, it's not a Tesla and it's not like one of the other super fancy electric vehicles. They're like the budget electric vehicles. Did they bring a unicorn? They brought a moose? Man, I want to buy a moose. Fuck it, I'm buying a moose. I have 2 moose. But they're both lady moose. I want boy moose. You know, why you no bring me boy moose? I said. They no bring me boy moose. Regardless, I have 2 moose, so. I have acquired 2 moose, and the elves are not too mad at me, and that makes me happy. All right, Moose, you get to go hang out with your best friend, who's the unicorn. Don't be that guy, Zap. Don't be that guy. I will hit you and I won't miss. Were a moose to be so fucking awesome? As somebody who's had a moose run at me, that would be horrifying. Could you imagine an army of like moose-mounted dwarves running at you? Jesus, you could fit like 8 dwarves in their antlers. That would be horrifying. Do caged animals ever become pregnant? No, but they do die of starvation. If you have multiple in one cage, yes. And yes, But if they're grazers, they'll just be dead when you try to take them out. It's like when someone in my chat was like, yeah, I have 11 cows in cages. And then I'm just like, are you pasturing them? And they go, no. And I'm like, well, they're all dead. And they're just like, oh, no. Canadians never meese when you're angry about moose. We'll be right at you on our sled dogs. Also, Darren, do caged animals ever become pregnant? Reads like one of those WikiHow sentences where it's like, can I get pregnant with this? It just reminds me of that. There, look at this. We now have moose. But moose can kick sideways? Wait, are we talking Dwarf Fortress stuff or are we talking real life stuff? Are they ever shipped in that state? Oh, like purchased? Oh, are you asking if these can be pregnant? I have no idea. I doubt it. That would be amazing though if this moose just like randomly gave birth though. How can get pregnant? Yes. A large mammal with great antlers and a large nose. It lives in temperate forests. Her hair is brown and her skin is raw umber. I mean, these are female moose, so they don't have antlers, but sure. How is Babby formed? Do you guys think that video is like fully copyrighted? Because if it's not, I could snipe a sound command out of that. Like even just how can get pregnant. I don't even want to test it because I have a feeling he's probably got the entire thing just like completely licensed out the ass, but God, that would be a great sound command. Maybe I could just go read those lines. That would be so beautiful. It would be. I mean, I could just read it, though. That's the thing. Place item in tomb. It's about goddamn time. I love that the dwarf's been dead for a while, and we're still putting Dark Skynet's teeth into his tomb. Because Dark Skynet was beaten up by law enforcement in this fort a few times for committing various crimes. And all of his teeth got knocked out before he died. How do I use a Luigi board? That is a good question. I do not know the answer. Nintendo should make a Mario Brothers board game that comes with a Luigi board. They should do that. Just to like get in on that joke. Inspire Luigi's Mansion, the board game. No, they didn't. I don't know what you're talking about, Danny. That doesn't exist. Why would anybody make a video game board game, especially out of the Mario Brothers universe? That would be awful. Like they'd have to fill it with mini games and stuff. Nah, terrible idea. They shouldn't do that. It's a good thing they never have. Just like, you know, they shouldn't make a video game board game out of Animal Crossing. That wouldn't sell. Especially if they put it just on the Wii U. It's year 183, meaning that this fort is 178 years old. Older than the oldest dwarf. Longer than most long forts. I'm just like imagining like some weird like side version of Clue. But like, yeah, a Luigi's Mansion board game would be great. You could be like, you could play, the players could be like Luigi and then a bunch of toads, and the whole point is like trying to find all of the ghosts on the board, and you could have like upside down cards with different ghosts on them, and then like have different effects that they would have, and you'd have to like go around the board and get gear to be able to take out particular ghosts. That would be a lot of fun, actually. Like, you could totally do that. No problem. I know nothing about making board games, but you could definitely do that. You could definitely do that. You should just stop right now and become a Luigi's Mansion concept designer. I mean, I've designed multiple games today, I'll have you know. Including a clicker that we all decided would be very successful almost immediately. Somebody go make that clicker and then give me $100. Also, you could do a Captain Toad treasure tracker board game. Very easily. Maybe I should play more of that Mario Brothers mod. Yeah, he'd literally just flip them. He'd buy the mansion on budget, and then flip it real fast. Because Waluigi's just greedy as shit. Zane's right. But yeah, no, I went back and looked at the early VODs for Longdeath. The first few years, the first few streams, I was doing like 5 years a stream. I'm down to about 2 years in about the same amount of time. When was that? I could tell you. It's very simple. I was just saying that because someone threw connect the dots into chat as an idea. And I was just like, well, what if like, as you tap, stars in the night sky, it like basically, so the screen's black and there's just a circle for a button. You tap the button or click the button, and it starts to light up over time and slowly becomes a night sky. So it slowly becomes a night sky, and then it slowly builds constellations. And then as you build out different portions of the night sky in different hemispheres of the Earth, when constellations are fully exposed, you can then trace the constellations, and it gives you information about the constellation. And it could be like oh fuck, a moose is fighting with a wolverine. And I think the moose won. The stray cow moose kicks the wolverine in the head with her left rear hoof, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. Get wrecked, Wolverine. Anyway, you were always a very shitty X-Men. Anyway, yeah, so it's essentially as you tap the button, slowly stars appear, and in my theory is like you could like scroll you could like scroll the night sky around and like look at the different constellations, and yeah, exactly. It could get really weird really easily, and you could like do like an educational spin on it. And I'm thinking like as you discover them, you can like you can maybe like it'll like give you a little photo of them, and then you can like put them into like a scrapbook thing, and you could like flip through the scrapbook and look at all the different constellations that you've found, and you could have like a 100% completion thing. I mean, I wouldn't consider it like a infinite clicker or anything like a Clicker Heroes, but I would consider it more of like a clicker that you could finish. And it would just be like a really slow drip feed of things. And maybe like if you when you discover a particular constellation, it could like give you a little bit of lore and some music, and like you could read about the legends of that constellation and like the history of it. I don't know. It's just a clicker that popped into my brain that would be neat. And now someone should go make that. And there's like a million different things you could call it super easily. Really? I've literally never seen a dwarf come down here specifically to hang out in the statue garden. That's crazy. I've had this for hundreds of years, basically. Feels pleasure near a tastefully arranged statue. Look at that. Wait, hold on. Do you like statues, Sparkly? Have you been quietly doing this for years? Like swarmlands, historic leather, boots, grates, and goats. No, you don't like statues specifically, but you're down here. And you feel a lot of pleasure near tastefully arranged statues. And you know, it's another thing you could do. You could have real world events. So like when Mars is close, you could like you could tap on it and then like at like maybe, I don't know, you could like spot Mars on the thing and it would like zoom in and give you information about Mars. You could straight up just like make like a star watching app clicker game. You could straight up do that. Game it a little by tapping it to have like a beat and beats per minute. Morning Mars approaching. I think I'm imagining something that's a little bit more educational than you are, Zapdos, but that's also cool. I mean, you could do like a beats per minute thing. You could also like, you could hire astronomers to like tap the button for you, because all idle games have to have some sort of like progression layer where like, yeah, no, you and me are imagining very different games. Zapdos, I'm sorry. I dislike all of your ideas, and we're going to have to go our separate ways. You're going to have to take your project separate and call it something else because I own this. But yeah, it's, I don't know. Could be really neat. No one will ever make it. Add that to the list of games that don't exist. Star Clicker? Star Clocker! No, you'd need something a little bit better than that, I think. I wouldn't put the word clicker in the name of it. Actually, no, it would work. Tap constellations. Too many syllables, though. Because it's more based on constellation than star plucker. But then you're plucking the stars out of the sky. Also, Starfucker would like to know your address. Be like, tap a star. See, now I'm just like imagining a Miley Cyrus clicker for Tap a Star. Tapping with the stars would be would be right there. Astral Tap. See, Hobo found one. There you go. Never mind. That's definitely not that, Hobo. Very different thing. I mean, nice attempt, but very different thing. I actually played it for a while. Yeah, but see, like, very different thing. Already finished. Yeah, he started an hour ago. He's already done. So here's the real question, be like, have you started working on this yet? I mean, if you want to support B-Lug's video game endeavors, we're working on a Minesweeper thing, which you could play. B-Lug's boring Minesweeper. No, but it's noted. Gotcha. So if you want to play Minesweeper, you should play B-Lug's boring Minesweeper. Maybe it'll get a patch one day. We clearly have a clicker project to work on. Clicker Minesweeper? Isn't that just Minesweeper? Don't you click in Minesweeper? Actually, that would be a really dumb clicker. Is just like it just you just click the little smiley face and it solves the Minesweeper for you. And it just solves them faster and faster and faster. Speaking of itch, has anybody looked at any 7-day RL stuff? All right, Ducky, I'm worried about you. Because I can't tell you to do anything. You are 2 years old. But you're going to go get yourself some new clothing, which is good. Content after putting on a finely crafted item. You hire mathematicians to solve... No, you just clone Bill Gates to solve the boards faster. Like, you get like, a cloning device, and you clone Bill Gates. You get, like, young Bill Gates, then you get, like, middle-aged Bill Gates, and then... Except we'll call him, like, Still Flates or something. I don't know. Something that rhymes with Bill Gates. And so you just clone Bill Gates, and... As he solves it faster, you win money at Minesweeper competitions, and then you clone Bill Gates to make him solve it faster. Gil Bates, there you go. There you go, Gil Bates. And he runs a company called Hardrosoft. No, Microhard, there you go. Microhard. Or maybe like Massive Hard. Never mind, that's bad. Microhard, yes, it's a very, very different thing from Microsoft, you know? Gil Bates of Microhard. I can't think about that without chuckling a little bit. Nanofloppy. Microhard produced. Microhard announces nanofloppy. Shit. Woo. Yeah, it's time for us to do full clothing sets, I think. Now, don't make dick jokes, Zapdos. That's just immature. It does, doesn't it? Oh, actually, maybe not like a StarCraft player name, but like a get good at StarCraft stat tracking site, Macrohard. There you go. It's like one of those sites that just tracks all of your stats. Go to Macrohard for all of your stat tracking needs. For only the elitist of gamers. Nope, that was diorite. Named Boss Indoors. They're definitely... I like how we're coming up with way too much lore for a thing that no one's making. And before, like, Be-Like just, like, flips this around and we have like a Minesweeper clicker in like 72 hours. Although an OS named Doors would be amazing. I'm legally blind, yes. And my username is blind. Are you JR2415? Also, are you capable of saying hello, or do you just demand to know information about people when you meet them? You'd have to take a couple days off work. Don't do that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for Gil Bates. I'm sure there's someone named Gil Bates. I'd be willing to bet money there's someone named Gilligan Bates. Because I knew somebody with the last name Bates. Or rather, I knew a family with the last name Bates. But you know, anything can be real Zapdos if you try hard enough. In your imagination space. Yeah, there's definitely people named Gil. Yeah. That's a name. So there's got to be someone named. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the internet and type in Gil Bates and see what pops up. It's an actor. Gil Bates is a very real actor. Apparently he had a sexual assault scandal. Oh no. In 2015, he was sued real bad. Apparently he was a pastor too. Oh boy. He was a television personality and pastor. That all checks out. Well, yeah, there you go. It's like, yeah, he exists. He's an actor. Also, he had a sexual assault scandal. Also, he's a pastor. Well then. I'm already pastorate, so it's all good. A dumb low-tech clicker for the Minesweeper. I mean, here's the thing, right? Put it out, right? And like, just make it, and then we'll crowdfund you $100 to put it on Steam, and just put it up totally for free, and have like a dono package at the bottom, and just be like, help me make back the $100 it cost me to upload this shit. Just put it on Steam, see what happens. Just put dumb humor in it, you know? You're gonna do that? Take a few days off work and do it. Hey, chat, if B-Lug made this, like... Actually, you know what, chat? If you have ideas for this Minesweeper clicker, okay? Go post them in the Minesweeper room on Discord, which we do have. So go to my ! Discord and chat, or click on the image beneath the stream. Go to my Discord and stick them into the Minesweeper room. Let's crowdsource some ideas for this. Give it trading cards. Here's the thing. You need to have a certain number of installs before you can have trading cards. So, sure. You throw a few bucks at that? There you go. I mean, Hobo plays clickers. Hobo's most played games are clickers. Hobo's a clicker expert, even. To the point where he knew that there was a planet weeb waifu collector clicker thing. It's a lot of installs, yeah. Free to play with the dono package. I mean, how about maybe the dono package just gives you extra Gil Bateses. Free to play on Steam or $1. I think free to play on Steam with a $1 dono package and free to play on phones with ads, and just free to play with ads, $1 to turn off the ads, and maybe a dono DLC. That's what I would say. Free to play with ads. Just make it ad supported. Except all of the ads are actually just my stream. I mean, what? Pay to make me fuck off. I'll just read sponsorships into your ears softly while you're tapping. But they're all just fake sponsorships. The royal treasurer has arrived. This is what happens when I stream on 2 hours of sleep, by the way. This is what happened. Gone from -4C to 28C. Nice. One video ad is just a flying clip. It's just me like making this shit up on the seat of my pants. The only problem is we need like good cartoony art for this. That's the main issue that I'm seeing right now. So chat, we need to work on art for this. And you're really easy to do bad ideas on 3 hours of sleep. I mean, here's the thing. Would it make lots of money? No. Would you make enough money potentially to pay off the $100 it costs to put a game on Steam? Maybe? Another human caravan has arrived. To be then able to put more serious things up on Steam? But it would be fun and easy? Yeah. And then you could tell people that you have a game for sale on Steam and you're a game developer. Adding it to the never to be finished product pile. And also now we need to take that as a box quote and just put that on the page. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. Hang around and talk about ideas for hours? I mean, technically, I work in marketing. Technically, we are marketing this product to you right now. They want short swords real bad, really? Probably have some swords I could sell. No, I don't. Huh. Interesting. That I think is like the main like hold up I see is like the thing would need some art that isn't just like stick figures drawn in MS Paint. Bill Gates knockoffs that you can clone. Stone. And like, I mean, you could probably use like more or less default Minesweeper visuals for most of it. And a satisfying sound click for when you tap. Although actually, I have a very good idea for sounds, Belug. Just tell me all the sound effects you need and I'll record them all with my mouth on this microphone. So I can like go click, 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 tap, 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 and all that shit. And it just, you just hear me saying click or tap, depending. Boop. Ding. And the occasional, You came in at a weird time? No. This is pretty standard. And I'm just exhausted because it's, you know, daylight savings just happened here in old Canada. So my brain is not worky proper. So I'm on like 4 hours of sleep the last 2 nights. So yeah, things are great. Combine that with a little bit of seasonal depression and woo! Perfectly normal time. What's up, the Combat Tech Sport? How's things? We're talking about a game that B-Lug is now officially developing. Called Phil Pates? B-Lug, what do you think? What do you think? The very least, you could help us prototype stuff. Anyway, if anybody has any dumb ideas for this, post it in the Minesweeper room on Discord. But yeah, if you want to, go nuts, Stone. Go nuts. Phil Pates is also a pretty good name. Yeah, I like that. What if every single time you clone Phil Pates, it just gives you another dude that looks identical who has a slightly different name that rhymes with Bill Gates? Still Clates and Bill Nates and Phil Dates. This is a weird time to tune into the stream. I take back everything I said previously. If uncommon surname. I mean, there's also a Gil Bates. Another one. Second one today. The Forgotten Beast, Limoges Danos, has come. An enormous eyeless newt. Has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. And it's over here, meaning it is about to fight with the other Forgotten Beast. This guy. Let's see if this one joins the pile. It dives into the cloud. Gets thrown around. Still alive, damn. And it's been tackled on. They're just kind of like rummaging in the blood and gore on the edge of the water, and it's dead. Go Glassmang. Glassmang is OP, man. I need to know how many kills that thing has. That's like year 200 goals. Team Glassman repping it? Yeah, heck yeah. What a time to be on Twitch. What a fucking Monday. It is indeed. What a fucking Monday. Any resemblance to William Henry Gates II, the third of becomes intentional. Good to know. I literally just want this to become a thing so that I can download it on Steam and just let it run for like 10 days and then leave a review going, this game sucks. Positive review. That's literally all I want to do. That's the whole reason I want this game to exist. Because this is the problem with Steam in the current year, right? It's so cheap and easy to put a game on Steam. Ideas like this can happen, and it might actually happen. You were thinking of starting with a bad cloning machine, like in an attic somewhere full of moss, and it would give you a mossy baits. Don't call anything mossy baits. Just don't do that. Just don't do that. You could have a Doc Brown knockoff who's cloning Phil Pates. Who says something about gigawatts at some point. This is ballooning into way more than it should be. This is never going to get finished, as Diamond Destruct said. As long as chat finds this entertaining, though, it's all worth it. That's the whole goal, right? Hang in there, Demonoid. Feels anxious after pondering nerves. I would too. It would get on my nerves after a bit, in fact. Cutest, I need you to get down here so I can trade with these damn people. I don't know. This stream's come up with some pretty dumb ideas, and like, we've managed to make them real things. You're beginning a pedestal of elf diplomats who demand more respect for trees. Well, all right. Well, iCataract, here's the thing, right? Go nuts. But as somebody who is very, very, very tired of the generic, boring elf hate, keep it to yourself or keep it to a minimum. Because it's really just, like, the most insufferable, annoying shit. So, have fun. Murder all the elves. Do what you want to do. But I don't need to know about your escapades. It's all good. Just play the game. Perfect. Well, on the bright side, tantrums have more or less stopped. So that's a good thing. All right, chat. I think it's time for me to go do lunch. I'm getting hungry. And it's 1:40. So I'm going to go do lunch. Could I get a round of beers in the chat for all these stupid ideas? And so I don't need to stare at that elf comment anymore. And I'm going to go get my sandwich. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Shouldn't be gone too long. And, yeah, I will BRB. Back in a few minutes. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the support.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
All right, what have I missed? What kind of shenanigans have you guys been up to while I was gone for a minute? Just gotta punch some things in, and then I had sandwich to eat.
Let's take a lovely fruit.
So perfectly normal shenanigans. Good to know.
Vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Good to know nothing has changed while I was gone. Also, rip sub, Diamond. It's part of life, unfortunately. Still can't believe the elves brought me fucking moose. Moose! It's wonderful. Hoping next year they bring us a unicorn again. There you go. First gift sub of the week. Thanks, Pilot. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Because this is another round on Diamond. Cheers.
Here's the thing, Stone. In my heart, I really want it to just be a photorealistic image of Bill Gates after everything that you've said.
You. No, it's all good, man. It's just it would be really funny if it was just like a like won't have any resemblance with anybody at all kind of statement, and it's like yeah, it's just a photorealistic image of Bill Gates. It would just be very funny. So we got another tantrum, demonoids tantruming. Got a couple like lost cases of dwarves. Also, Ducky slipped into depression, which is awful. Zorn and the triplets. Man. Today's rough. Want to practice some martial art? Well, let's try this. How old are the triplets now? 1 year old. And one of them almost immediately was depressed. One of them was just broken, I think. The other two are fine. It's just the one that's kind of busted. Stone's also fine, which is nice. And Goffer the second is good. Like they're all fine. It's just the one, which is Ducky. It was down here, all alone. Very sad. Which is rough. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. The knowledge that they have, which makes no actual difference. It's all just lore knowledge. But depending on what subjects they're the most talented in, they could become a chemist, astronomer, a naturalist. It depends on what knowledge they have. What knowledge they have. I have the hiccups. So if you have a naturalist, they'll know a lot about animals and animal species and all that stuff. So yeah, that's the difference. It's pretty simple, frankly. Like in this fortress, we have a naturalist and some scholars. Because we have a lot of knowledge of animal behavior. And lots of books about animal behavior. So usually they become naturalists first. If they're scholars, then they just kind of have general knowledge of everything. Like, I am a scholar. I study for studying's sake. Whereas if they're an astronomer, they'll know a lot about the planets. And then they'll be able to discuss that. So yeah, they all have their own different skills. Very particular sets of skills. Skills that they have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make them a nightmare to people like you. Got a crumb on my mouse pad. This is the only SteelSeries product I've ever bought. It's hard mouse pad. It's the greatest thing in the world. I've had it for like 10, 11 years now. Morning, Crave Man. How thing be? All right, let's see if this helps you out, Demonoid. I have a i7 7700K. That's what I have, and it's slightly overclocked. And 64 gigabytes of RAM. Oh, that's nice of you to say. Sure. Do you just go into random streams and ask what computers they have and then tell them it's garbage? Is that how you get your kicks? Is that how you have a good day? Is that how you make yourself happy and feel good about yourself? It's going, man, your computer, it's shit. No, I don't believe you. Well, I need people with less attitude in my chat. You cunt. All right. Your 4790K is garbage, and thus you can't have fun anymore. Oh, feels bad, man. Feels sad, man. One day you'll grow up to a big boy CPU. You know, sometimes I feel bad about banning people, and sometimes it's just funny to me. That shit's just funny to me. Nobody cares. Works just fine. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the tears of the piece of shit that just got banned? Or rather, the confusion of the piece of shit who just got banned. What year are we on? 183, so one math. 88? Or 178. Mm-hmm. 12% of the way. We're getting there, man. It's only going to take me another 800 streams, but we'll get there. Yeah, I think I'm going to do some sort of like long month or something where I just play this every single, like 7 days a week for a month. 8 or 9 hours a day. And just go completely nuts. It's the journey that counts, not how long it takes. I mean, for me, I'll be satisfied with this run once we're past 500 years. That we've lost? No, not really. I mean, I could play more. I could let it run. Why was there a tunnel there? Long story. It was when I had a vampire in the fort. And I've just never bothered to fix it. It's also not anybody's room. It's their guest rooms, because I actually had guests at one point. Mansus, what's up? It's good to see you. Just got home from work. Hopefully it was a good day at work. The annual tributes from Nulanabo and Basti Pimay have arrived. Because we're back at that time of the year. But how was your day at work, man? Hopefully good. I was honestly expecting worse. New job? Question mark? If you were expecting worse, like you didn't know what to expect, is this a new job then? Heads up, Stone. This is a bit more normal. This is a bit more normal. Yes, it's good to have them back, eh? Give me a shout when you're ready for me to scroll. That's a big one indeed, yep. That's a big one. Now we're just waiting on the other one. They're also taking a long time to walk down here, so this is perfectly normal. Uh-oh. Demonoid tantrumed. But has calmed down. Bunch of disorderly conduct and vandalism charges against Demonoid. Which means that my captain of the guard is going to go get a drink and then go beat the crap out of him, probably. Hopefully throw him in prison. I really hope that a prison sentence will do him some good. Wolverine is fighting with a crafts dwarf. We're hunting. Trying to make up for them not giving a tribute? Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. There we go. Demonoid's getting chained up. We'll have to see how this does, what this does to Demonoid. It's either going to completely destroy him or be great for him. And I'm not sure. It's going to be one of the two. No idea which. Sometimes prison sentences fix dwarves, or it's the thing that kills them. Speaking of vampires, don't mind the eternally panicking vampire in this prison cell. It's totally normal. We're aware that it's there. It just lives there. It's fine. Humiliated after being confined. You're fucked. Also a bunch of injuries. A lot of bruising. Vampire zoo? Not really a zoo, because I can't actually see it at all. Well, at least you like the splendid table, wonderful seat, and fine vertical bars and completely sublime restraint, but you are humiliated after being confined. Cheers, Logos. Angry upon being forced to endure the decay of a sibling. What? Excuse me? Did somebody not get buried? Have you been sent back to the mountain home yet? Many people have been sent back to the mountain home. Maybe that's literally... Wait, hold on. Who was your sibling? Okay, Dark Skynet. But Dark Skynet got put into the coffin. It just took so long to get Dark Skynet's body into the coffin that he had to do... Oh, man. That's brutal. That is brutal. It took so long to get Dark Skynet's body into the coffin. But, Socks, have you been sent back to the mountain home yet? No, you have not. In fact, you were interested after learning about crafting. Yeah, I don't know. Still waiting. They appear to have sawed it off. The Wolverines are just too much for this area, apparently. Yeah, no, you seem to be doing just fine, Socks. Yeah. Cadanza, you and your wife are living here quite happily. Yeah. You're only 152, so you got like another 20 years in your life, potentially. Cheers, Zope. Speaking of Zope. I don't handle pressure well, is the thing that you say, yet you feel sympathy after giving somebody food and enraptured after communing with Ashen. Happy Dwarf? Seems like. $183 years total. -5 is the actual date of the fort. We're getting kind of closest to year 184. Kind of close-ish. Which will be year 179. So we're currently in year 178. Long way to go? Oh, yeah. Long way to go. I mean, we're only 6 months in, and I haven't been playing it as much as I could be, so... Phil Pates, the absolutely generic businessman, has been drawn. I'm very curious to see your design of Phil Pates, the absolutely generic businessman, with absolutely no relation to any other famous businessman. Looking to be a multi-year endeavor? I mean, here's the thing, right? I have Twitch chat. If I was just doing this for me, I would just let it run, right? I would just let it sit and just let it go nuts. But because I have Twitch chat, it's a very different thing. It's more of almost a talk show / podcast where I'm just like sitting here just hanging out with people. If interest totally dropped off and everybody stopped watching me doing this, yeah, I'd get burnt out. And I'd probably stop. But as long as there's people hanging out and watching. And also, I know in the back of my head approximately how many hours a year takes. I could bang this out in about 3 months if I just put my nose to the stone and grinded it. So, what's up, Wombles? We demand something? What something are you demanding? Entertainment or more Longdeath? Because you get both of those included with your viewing experience of this Twitch channel. Anything? Well, okay. There you go. Let's see how our poor prisoner is doing. Yeah, that's not good. It is strangely hard to get burnt out on. Plus, like, you know, there's still new stuff happening. Is anything something? Is anything something? That is way too wide of a question, Whitcode, for me to brain that. And also, like, you got to remember that I'm doing more than just playing Longdeath, right? Like, we're doing other forts here and there on the outside. I'm playing other games. Yeah, I know that if I just sat down and let it go, I could very much just finish Longdeath. Like, if they suddenly turned around and said, Steam version is coming out in November, guaranteed, I'd be like, aight, and I get this shit done by November. VODs would go up to 9 hours. I would do nothing else but this, and it would be a Longdeath-a-thon. We'd get this shit done. If I really needed to, I could do it. I could do it. I'm relatively confident in that I could do it. The humanoid's trying to attend a meeting, meaning you are screwed. When they try to attend a meeting from prison, that's the moment that they're just like, well, you're dead. That's usually the moment where they're dead. I kind of love it. That's Phil Pates, I think, right? Yeah, Phil Pates, the absolutely generic businessman. He's got really bad posture and no neck. Kind of fits. It's like a general demand for the sake of demanding. Sure. Nobody you draw gets a neck. But necks are important, dude. The human neck is actually like a wonder. The fact that it can support our head is like kind of crazy. Like, human necks should not be able to support our head. Which is a weird statement to say out loud, but it's true. I mean, I once had a neck crawling up my into my fortress. How can you rubber knock? Rubber neck, you mean? I was like, rubber knock? What the fuck's a rubber knock? No, that's a rubber duck, not a rubber knock. Yeah, what are they going to romance if they can't neck romance? Are they going to arm romance? Or leg romance? I mean, I'm sure some people are into leg romance. But leg romancy sounds nowhere near as cool as neck romancy. Into mid-autumn. Let's just get rid of this. That's going to be up downstairs, and we're going to have up downstairs beneath it. Would I get redacted from Phil Pates if he wasn't aware? I don't get it. What do you mean, would I get redacted? The real question is, what does Pill Fates think about Windows updates? That's the real question. Does he get as frustrated as we do? Now would be a real bad time for you to fall there, Simplex. All right, hold up. For a second there, I thought that dwarf just fell. Would have been awkward. Let's just get all of those constructed. What, I think that Phil looks like someone? Nah. I don't know who you could possibly be talking about. Phil looks like a perfectly generic programmer, like the perfectly generic programming businessman that he is. With no relation to any other programming businessman whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know who you could possibly be talking about. Well, don't be silly. Like, come on. Looks like somebody? Looks like Phil. My friend. Known him most of my life. Good dude. This is a weird stream, chat. This is a really, really, really weird stream. Even by my standards, this is weird. Our actual event is purely coincidental, yes. That or we could just, like, flip the opposite direction and just be like, everything depicted in this piece of piece of media is 100% based on actual events and has actually happened in the past for realsies. And you have no choice but to believe the true facts that it is. And if you choose to not, then we will look at you judgingly. This is going to use a lot of nice to get done. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Today's been a little bit random, but I'm also a little bit scattered, so it's a little fitting, I think. It's been nice while you have other things to do. I'm glad it's been nice. Glad that we can help keep your background entertained with mindless rambles. Yeah, no, in regards to Longdeath taking a really long time, I had someone comment relatively recently where they were just like, man, Longdeath sounds like a full-time job. And it's very funny. It's a very funny thing to say to me because streaming is my full-time job. So, kinda, yeah, Longdeath is my full-time job. Managing this anthill of dwarves as they go throughout their lives. It's more like an ant pit of dwarves. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is sort of like a virtual anthill in a lot of ways. But yes, it is more of a pit than a hill. Granted, I do have these two big old towers. So just because it's more of a pit than a hill doesn't mean it ain't impressive. Doesn't mean it ain't impressive. Because I very much think that this fort's very impressive. Also, for evening stream, for evening game tonight, I have some keys to give away for Brigador that they gave me. I think I'm going to do more Brigador this evening. As the after Longdeath game. I'm thinking about attempting the full linear, well, no, the campaign run. I'm thinking about attempting the campaign run. Thinking about it. Taking a low difficulty pilot and big OP vehicle and just rolling. Rolling through everything. Taking one of the Big Macs or something. So unless there's any objections, I think that's going to be the evening game. There we go. This is going to line up pretty nicely, actually. Just make ramps up and... Excuse me, ramps up and walls. You blame your ADD? Like I said, I have Twitch chat, right? I have an unfair advantage. You know, most of the people watching this right now have probably done just as repetitive actions for just as long periods of time at a job. You know, I worked in an assembly line for a summer. It's 40 hours a week of doing exactly the same thing every single day. It was monotonous. It was mind-numbing. It was boring. I hated it. This is infinitely more fun than that. And it's still kind of just doing the same thing every day. Like, does it really matter if I'm doing runs of Spelunky or managing the same fortress? Like, it's all kind of the same. Okay, these trees need to go. Because that dwarf just, like, ran along these trees onto the top of my wall. Pretty much. Wait, actually, Finn? I mean, that's what a dwarf kind of literally just did. I used to have to do that in my old house sometimes if I'd get locked out. I would always leave my bedroom door or my bedroom window open, and I'd just climb in through the window. In the house that I grew up in. The number of times that I broke into my old house growing up. Man. Dozens. Always knew which windows were left unlocked and how to get in through different doors. Okay, so hold on. What? Question mark, chat. Didn't they shut down H1Z1 Battle Royale? I thought that game was like pronounced dead, shut down, doesn't exist anymore because it's suddenly trending on Steam charts. What the fuck? New company? Really? Because it states it's still being managed by Daybreak Game Studio. What? So somebody brought it back, eh? Weird. That is so fucking weird. Why though? Also, okay, chat, when IGN reviews something, right? What is a bad review from IGN? Like, a 7 out of 10 is like a really bad review from IGN, right? Like, that's like the equivalent of giving something like a 1 out of 10 stars review. Like, that's a really bad review. You do not want a 7 out of 10 from IGN, right? Oh, I know that, Wombles, but it was also a financial failure and shut down. Well, they have... H1Z1 does just enough to set itself apart from the Battle Royale crowd, and adrenaline-pumping Auto Royale mode is a breath of fresh air. 7 out of 10. They have an advertised 7 out of 10 review from IGN, which is like trash. It's garbage, is basically what they're saying. Sorry, but I find that really funny. Yeah, I know that game made a ton of money, but it was also a financial failure and they shut it down. So, I mean, for a minute there it was successful, but it got beaten out by the competition real bad and was shut down. So, I want to dig out this side of the hill. No, totally. Absolutely. I just think it's hilarious. That's all, Robotic. I just think it's very funny that they have a featured review from a site that is well known for giving very generous scores, and when they give like anything that's less than an 8.5, it's like basically just dog shit at the bottom of the pile. You know what I mean? I just think that's really funny. But yes, I very much do agree. You know, the only reviewers I pay any attention to these days are all like either small niche opinion piece writers or people that I have been listening to in either podcast format or YouTube format for a very long time. You kind of get to know them, and then you can actually like figure out who to take seriously and who to just completely and totally ignore. Demonoid's throwing a tantrum once again. Well, at least some things haven't stopped. I mean, I thought that game was kind of garbage, Wombles. Ran like shit, played like shit, looked like shit, sounded like shit, smelled like shit. Wasn't a fan. But then again, I also just don't like... You reporting crimes? Yes, you are. This means you get to go back to prison, Dwarf. Or you get beaten again. Man. This poor thing. I'm wondering what would happen if, like, eventually just this fortress dies out because it stopped getting migrants. I'm starting to wonder. It's like if I get down to 10 dwarves, I might, like, rebuild the whole fort deep underground and just, like, lock them in. I'm trying to think about, like, what I would do. No, I don't have a vampire backup plan because the vampire's berserk. The vampire's been useless for hundreds of years. So no, I do not have a vampire backup plan. I mean, in theory, I could try and make more dwarves into vampires, but I really don't consider that a backup plan. That wouldn't be any fun to play, and I wouldn't want to play that fortress with just a vampire in it for 1,000 years. I would rather lose the fort than do that. Can't I get its blood? Sure, in theory. I would rather lose the fortress than do that because that's no fun. I do not want to run a whole fucking vampire fort. Fuck that shit. I know how tedious that would be and how annoying that would be. I don't want to do that. I would rather lose the fort than do that. No, I'm not going to make vampires. Also, I'm not even sure I could get to it without them just attacking it because it's berserk. And I don't think I could build like a spike underneath it. Because I'd have to keep it alive. If it wasn't berserk, I could do that pretty easily. But the fact that it's berserk, if I send my dwarves next to it, they might just get into fights with it. Second resub of the day. Pete, how you been, man?
I don't have as much time to watch Twitch, but here's my Prime sub.
Dude, don't worry about it, man. Thank you much for the Prime sub. I'm just glad that, like, some of the people from the old days still tune in, you know? So many of the people from the old days are just gone and have been gone for a very long time. So it's just nice to see you. Cheers, man. Take care of yourself. Don't worry so much about watching Twitch. Like, I think as an absolute last resort backup, I would try and make vampires, but I'm pretty sure that if I go into that room, they're just going to fight with it and kill it. So I'm mostly certain that's how that would go. But to me, that kind of ruins the spirit of the challenge in the first place. So basically, I'd have to go in there, I'd have to deconstruct its bed, put a spike underneath it. And I don't know if I could even do that because it's Berserk. If, like I said, if it wasn't Berserk, it would be a backup plan. But the fact that it's Berserk, yeah, I don't know. Fucking hell. You know, if I lock this, will you stop trying to attend a meeting? No, you continue trying to attend a meeting. I don't know. Weird. Interesting problem to have. It's really funny to me, though, that everybody's just like, oh, you can just make vampires ever since they saw Krug Smash do it, but what they don't know is all the back-end stuff that Krug Smash did to do that. It's not as easy as Krug's made it look, I'll put it that way. Just making sure I'm not accidentally digging up any trees. Digging up trees is really bad for dwarven brains when they come crashing down. He made it seem easy compared to how hard it actually is. I'll put it that way. He made it seem easy. He made it seem very, very easy. Okay, do not do that. Okay. Just need to make sure that they're not accidentally digging up any trees, because digging up trees is really bad for dwarven longevity in this instance. But yeah, no, there's a lot of things that Krugs does that require a lot of pre-planning that we're not really equipped to do here. Because specifically note that the vampire in, just for lack of a spoiler, is not a dwarf as well and is not insane. And is already in a very specifically sized well. So basically I would need to build a well and spiking system around a, what do you call it? Around a already berserk vampire. Also, on top of that, then, after making a well around an already berserk vampire, I would then need to manage a bunch of vampires. And as vampires go nuts, you lose vampires. And as vampire... Oh, really? You need a green glass box in your dining room. Oh, that's easy. I can do that. Do I have any kilns? Do I have a glass furnace? Pretty sure I do. Maybe I don't. No, I don't. I must have destroyed them all. I can remake those. Demonoid's throwing a tantrum. Great. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Demonoid's down, unfortunately. I mean, if you stick around until spring, that'll probably be the last tribute of the year. Stone. But you don't have to. What's up, Picture Point? But yeah, no, I'll say this. If we get beneath 20 dwarves, I'll start looking at backup plans. Like, if the numbers of dwarves drop below 20, I'll start looking at backup plans, and we'll start trying to, like, figure out what the hell I can do, or what the hell I need to do. Currently, though, we're still just cruising. Because, like, we're still at 31 dwarves, and that's a pretty comfy number. And as long as like we don't take any sudden dips, we should be okay overall, I would say. So I'm not currently worried in regards to longevity, because I can still like, you know, summon new dwarves pretty easily and whatnot. So I'm not super worried currently, but I think if we go below 20, I'll be worried. But how's things, Picture Point? You had a good stream last night. Looks like I when I tuned out to go do my late night stream, you had a lot of people watching. Good shit, dude. Good shit. Those of you who don't know, Picture Point's another DF poison on the internobs. I don't know what an internob is, but it just sounded fun to say. So I did it and said it. Got that chunky raid. That chunky raid. Chunky raids are always a good time. But yeah, today's been a weird stream. Picture Point. I'm just exhausted, so we're all over the fucking place. You know, orchids? I have a peace lily that has like 8 flowers coming out of it currently. It's very happy. Yay, my favorite YouTuber just put up a video 17 minutes ago. So I have a video to watch in 17 minutes. Or rather, when I'm done. Even completely underwater? No. This is my favorite YouTuber, which very few people would guess it. If I was just like, chat, well, who's my favorite YouTuber? I mean, I posted it now, but like, it's the last person you'd expect to be my favorite YouTuber. It's just a dad who talks about his heavy metal records. And sometimes jazz and sometimes other shit. But a whole lot of records. It's like they're the most YouTube-ass YouTube videos. He's just like, yo, this is Aaron, the metal theologian, and he just talks about videos. You were thinking Ahoy? Oh, see, Ahoy is like tied for my second favorite YouTuber with like a dozen other YouTubers. But no, metal theologian is my favorite tuber. By a long shot. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. But yeah, no, my peace lily lives in a pot. I don't have an aquatic environment for it. Speaking of Picture Point, why don't you just like quit streaming and just become like a fish tank YouTuber? There's a bunch of fish tank YouTube channels that just get billions of views for no fucking reason. Like just no voicing, nothing, just like footage of cleaning a fish tank, 27 minutes, 18 million views. Why don't you just do that? Shit's like crack for plants. I mean, it's full of fish shit, so yeah, that would do it. Man, they're still working on all this stuff. It's going to take a while for all this stuff to get moved upstairs. Oh, you're literally building a 24/7 stream with your sister as you speak? Good shit. Good shit. Dude, you get a GoPro. Do an underwater cam. I'm just saying, just do an underwater cam. Let us drive it. Let us move it. Dude, if you had like an underwater cam that you could like pay $10 to make it move forward a millimeter, do you have any idea how much money you'd make? Oh, we're getting buzzed. Buzzards floating around. It's not ideal. Also, I just throw this out there. Do not give it affiliate. Just stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Demonoid just tantrumed and immediately finished tantruming. I think a buzzard startled him out of tantruming. That's kind of funny. We are driving the fishy submarine. I used to watch the stream quite a bit, and I got really sad because they got rid of their stream and changed it to a 24/7 fucking ferret stream. Like, changed their name, did everything, and just became that. I mean, unless you blow up on a platform, like, you'll make money, but you won't make much money. Odds are pretty good. You'll probably be like my friend's Duck stream where it has like 2 to 3 viewers and never gets any subs. So, like, instead of doing that, you're better off, at least initially, just live streaming to like 4 or 5, as many platforms as you can bandwidth. Like Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, fucking DLive, fucking, I don't know, Glimish, whatever you can find. Stream to everything. And then whichever one takes off first, you monetize that one. And switch to just that one. I love it when a dwarf runs around vomiting and then turns around and cleans up their own vomit while still vomiting. There we go, felling more trees. That's what I like to see. And then at the end of every day, you can raid your own stream. I mean, there is part of me that kind of wishes I had property. Because I want to get chickens. And you bet your ass I would be another one of those 24/7 chicken streamers as well. And I would absolutely just fucking raid my chickens every day. Like, if I had a 24/7 animal stream of any sort, oh, I would very much just... What the fuck? I just got something from, like a weird-ass email that I need to look at. Apparently you can get messages on Keymailer, which is a site that we use to get keys sometimes. And some random dev just, like, sent me a message out of nowhere, and it makes no sense to me. It's literally just, we hope you enjoy, name a video game. It is a very name a video game. Also, what the fuck just happened to you when I was tabbed out? Oh no. Narvicious has been, like... Was there a collapse or something? Something has collapsed on... Oh, okay. Tree fell over. Is anybody coming to recover wounded? I'm going to turn off the squad so that they can maybe go help. How badly injured are you? His lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. His head is torn open. His cheek is bruised. His left knee is mangled beyond recognition. Ugh. Somebody get up there and save him. Can you go help him out, please? Oh, never mind. He stood up. Even though his... Oh, never mind. He's being carried. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I never look at those streams. It always just makes me really depressed. Because I work my ass off to, like, put on a good show. And then there's some asshole with just, like, a camera pointed at deer that makes infinitely more money than I do in a month than I do in a year. And it makes me really sad. So I straight up just can't look at those streams. Because it's just like... I'm here streaming every day. And this asshole just has fucking deer. Just makes me very upset. Which is like a completely stupid thing to be upset about. Okay, why does shit keep collapsing? What is happening here? So they shouldn't be. There you go. You're giving the dwarf stitches. We also have soap now, too. We'll fix you up, Nervicious. It's just like that YouTube channel that gets like 30 million views a video, and literally all it is just some dude going outside and feeding kittens in the streets in cities where, like, wild and abandoned cats are serious problems. Literally profiting off of a genuine issue that should be dealt with instead of just feeding them. I'm proud after teaching suturing. Well, that's a thing. You're proud after teaching suturing while giving this dwarf stitches. There you go. You're up and moving. And you're back to felling trees. I think I should remove you from woodcutting. That's enough woodcutting for you, I think. While I appreciate the dedication to your work, Dwarf, I think that you need a new job for a bit. I don't know. For me, it kind of makes me feel like my work is invalid, I guess, or like my work is a waste. And anything that makes me feel that way is very much something that I immediately need to just shut out and pretend that doesn't exist, because I know for a fact it'll just really upset me. So, but then again, I'm also a delicate little fucking butterfly that can't deal with any shit like that. I used to be able to, and then 2020 happened, and now I'm just like a mental wreck whenever I see anything like that. The student was in stitches. I mean, potentially, yeah, the student was the one getting the stitches. That is a certain possibility, yeah. Also, what's up, man? Those things. Just like, you know, cutting out the side of a mountain. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. Also, setting your whole hospital as a doctor's guild is one of the best things you could do in DF. Well, I hope you enjoyed your lurks. Today's been kind of an exciting day, actually. Accidentally traded wood with elves. Fortunately, they didn't go to war with me. Starting to get a little worried about the population. Carving out the side of a mountain. Finishing up the side entrance for the big upper tavern. Which is going to be real nice when it's all done. Nothing is that exciting. No, if you're looking for that kind of exciting, you can just go back to crappy memeing sites. Come on, dwarves. Get all this mined out. It's amazing how much channeling does to the frame rate. Whole lot. It's like one of the most frames intensive things that you can do in DF. It's channeling. Wonder why that is. I have a few theories, but I don't know for sure. Jack, can we get around to beers? If you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Chat needs to move a bit. Also, for those of you who don't know, if you want beer and don't have my emotes, you can also simply use the beers emoji, which also works. The beers or the beer emoji. Either or. Or just type in the word beer in multiple languages. Yeah, like the frame rate doubles the second they're done channeling. That's kind of crazy, actually. HS cheers also works, yeah, but you have to actually, like, you know, type the emote in correctly. That's an old joke that wasn't funny the first time people told it, man. Which is why it doesn't work. I never will. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. There we go. Drop those in. Do mudstone up along the side here. Dwarves are busy. At least we're getting stuff done. I am really wondering if we're one day just going to suddenly start getting migrants again. Because we haven't had migrants for a really, really, really long time. But we also didn't get traders for like 20 years at one point. For people who've been around Longdeath for a while. Back at the beginning, there was a good while there where we just straight up didn't get any traders from the mountain homes. We didn't get traders from the mountain home for a really long time. And then they suddenly started coming again, so. Kind of curious to see if we're going to randomly start getting migrants again. Would be really neat if we just randomly started getting migrants again. That or just mountain homes dying and we'll never get migrants again. And we're just going to be sad forever. Be Like the Second made a masterpiece pigtail cloth. They're still working on that pigtail cloth? Jesus. Gotta have a lot of that stuff by now. should probably check how much we have. It's probably in the tens of thousands. It's probably not actually that high. The last time I was like, we probably have tens of thousands of channel points. And then I went and looked and it was like, oh, you have like not even 1,000. I was like, all right. Really felt like I did. All right. And then after this, I gotta do this. One thing at a time. And that'll bring us up to this, and then we just need to go up one higher, and then we can connect. Are they growing on my wall? Yeah, I do have some like individual spots of land where there's trees growing down here. It's actually kind of funny because these are actually fruit trees and they rain plums and apples down. And so every year I actually have a little zone at the bottom where they go and collect the plums that fall from those trees. Yeah, it is kind of neat, isn't it? I've always just kind of left them because I thought they were cool. It's like the wall's been there so long. There's just trees growing out of the side of it. It's kind of awesome. Really? That's blocked? Odd. All right, I can put them there. That's not an issue. Yeah, I don't know. That's something that I've always had trouble with, just kind of winding back to the earlier conversation, is I've always had trouble, like, not comparing the stuff that I create on Twitch to stuff that other people create that's significantly more financially successful. So there's actually, like, large swaths of Twitch I just have to avoid for my own sanity, because if I don't, I will just go crazy, because it's impossible for me to not look at stuff that other people have done and, like, compare and contrast. It's like I realize it's very, very fucking unhealthy to do that, but it's impossible for me to not. Like, kind of literally, it's impossible for me to not. I wish it was, but possible for me to just ignore that stuff, but I can't do that. It's just like I have to respond to every person in YouTube comments, more or less. It's like, if you've commented on one of my YouTube videos, odds are pretty good you've gotten a response within a couple hours, because I responded just about everything. Just about everything. Positive, negative, derogatory. Most things I will respond to. And again, it's like, I shouldn't, but I do. I need to cut one layer off this. Support comment? Yeah, right. Although, ironically, I don't generally respond to the support comment comments. I generally just like those. Is that a thing that people do on other YouTube videos, or is that literally just a my channel thing? Say silly things to the telemarketer? Sorry, what? What do you mean by say silly things to the marketer? My arm just twitched in a weird way. What the fuck? There isn't much for me to read, but I'll read what I can. Fun Cheese Whiz sculptures sitting abandoned atop Elephant's Castle. Sleepy faces sleep. Bags full of rocks in a cave. Saxophone swags, sways, ways, a ways. There you go. Done. All caught up. My arm is going rogue? No, I just had a weird little twitch, like, beneath my wrist. My arm's armed and dangerous. You've seen support comments around before? Interesting. I don't know. It's certainly like a weird anomaly for me on my YouTube channel. Hold on a second. Did you call a telemarketer, or did a telemarketer call you and then you just held the phone up to the speaker? Is that what you just did? I don't think you necessarily need to do that to troll a telemarketer. You could probably just like hold it up to any stream, but that's kind of amazing. It's like you just called a weird Dr. Seuss book. That poor fucking telemarketer. All right. Actually, do I just straight up have green glass boxes? I might. I should probably just check, because I know I did at one point. Nope, super duper don't. All right. Let's just see. Who can... Actually, you know what, Mayor? Since you do quite literally nothing, how about I give you glass making and you go make yourself a green glass box? Telescammer would be more appropriate? Really? I haven't gotten a call from a actual human telescammer in I don't know how long. Generally, when I get phone calls, it's just automated. Outraged, considering the state of demands. Really? That's unfortunate. How old is this mayor? A 165 years old. Upper spine is bruised. Even has back problems. Daughter of Axon and Lump. Second generation dwarf. That is crazy to me. Absolutely fucking crazy. This dwarf was born in this fortress and they're 165 years old. 165 years old. That's absolutely bonkers. I see all of the telescams I get these days are just straight up in Chinese. So I pick it up and if I hear someone shouting in Chinese in my ear, I just immediately hang up. And I don't get them very frequently. They're pretty inconsistent and infrequent. They happened a lot towards the beginning of the pandemic, but it's been a long time since I had any of those actively. Poor Ducky. You get a few a day? Holy shit, man. Straight up, holy shit. That's kind of crazy. Child is throwing a tantrum. Excellent. You don't even own a car. They're not even vetting who they're scamming. Well, spring has arrived. Why am I expecting Cheers Jamie to just keel over dead? Although I've been expecting that for the last couple of years. Nope. Clearly this dwarf is immortal. And Sparkly is in prison once again for doing nothing wrong due to my failure to complete demands. And Animal the Second, the merchant, was found dead. It's the first death of this year. And Demonoid has gone berserk. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Fortunately, Demonoid was quickly put down by Abe Azendi. So, another dwarf that was a little bit stressed out earlier today, who we managed to actually recover, who's totally fine now. Man, what a bunch of deaths. I think there's actually another one. I swear I just saw one. No, I didn't. God damn. God damn. Ooh, he's in a bunch of pieces. Well, at least we no longer need to worry about Demonoid. Gonna go unchain Sparkly. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for those two poor dwarves that just died? This is the lowest dwarf count we've had since year, like, 15 when I cranked the population cap up. R.I.P. dwarves. R.I.P.
Bring out your dead.
Let's say that again.
Bring out your dead.
I mean, maybe not literally, but I did not expect to power through all of these coffins so quickly. Cool, somebody's constructing a green glass box. Boy. It's been a tough few years in Longdeath. We've had tough years in the past, though. There will be tough years in the future. We also didn't receive tribute this spring. Like we were supposed to. Unless they're just running really late. Okay, cool. There is a spot for Demonoid. Green glass box and dining room. You finished making that box yet? Nope. There's so much shit that needs to get done right now. So much shit that needs to get done right now. But on the bright side, we're damn near close to just finishing all of this. So we did make some really good construction improvements today. So that part's good. We could even just live up here in the future. Also, low-key, kind of sad that Demonoid didn't get punched through this window. Because that would have been great. That would have been great. Watching a dwarf just go through the glass and fall all the way down. Kind of would have loved that. It would have been a good old Star Wars moment, you know what I'm saying? Tiny Goliath is making a green glass box. And the green glass box is done. And also 2 scepters. Let's make 2 iron scepters. Why not? Just make sure this is actually Cheers Jamie's. Yes, it is. All right, so that's Cheers Jamie's dining room. The elves have arrived once again to trade. Which I look forward to once again. Hopefully no wood this time. Hey, I managed to successfully trade with them last year. I only fucked that up once today. I'm still kind of confused as to how we managed to have wood on all of that clothing, because I've never studded any of my clothing with wood, so... And there was no bins in there, so I'm not sure how there was wood in there, but... apparently there was wood fiber in one of the shirts, somehow. Or something. I'm not sure. It's perplexing, but it happened. There you go. Blissful, remembering a bath. Now that's something you don't see very often. This dwarf was blissful, remembering having a bath. This is why you give your dwarves soap, chat. So that they can be blissful, remembering having had a bath. You ever feel blissful after a shower? You're like, fuck yeah, that was a good shower. Because I do sometimes. Had loads of buttons. Me no get it. Mumbles. This elf is moving really slowly, pulling that horse. Very, very curious to know what happens, what they happen to be carrying. There you go. Jovial, having a mandate deadline met. Blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Didn't feel anything after being unable to practice martial art. Dejected after being unable to acquire something for too long. Doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft. Good stuff. Good happy dwarf. They're still unloading. Please, chat, can I get, I don't know. I miss having Bless RNG. We don't have any sort of Bless RNG replacement emote on Twitch, but like, can I get some Bless hands or something? Can you guys pray that they brought Unicorn? Which they did. Fuck Yes. Fuck yes. We have once again reacquired a unicorn. There we go. Perfect. No more moose, but we once again, I believe, watch it be dead, have a breeding pair of unicorns. Praise fucking be the dwarves. Now I just need to get a male moose. And he can hang out with the mailman. But we just need to get a good Canadian male moose so we can deliver our packages. And then we can have baby meese. I did the thing. Are you happy, chat? I said meese. It only took us 20 years to get more unicorns, but we did it. We has reacquired unicorns. Unicorn intestine biscuits are a meal in our future. Once again. We should all be ecstatic. Chimp hauling a unicorn. And there we go. Unicorns have been acquired. Success. Hell ye. Hell ye, hell ye. Unicornses? What? So I'm certainly thinking Brigador for a second game today. Do you guys have any preference, chat? You guys down for some Brigador tonight? True story, Socks. I have literally never once installed a Fortnite on my computer. And you know what? I don't think I'm going to start. I'm okay. I do not need to play that game. I can go my entire life and never play a Fortnite and be all right. If someone makes like a Fortnite roguelike ASCII demake, I'd play that. But nah. I can live my whole life and never play a Fortnite and be okay, I think. And you know what? I think I'm going to go that route. I think I'm going to live my whole life and never play a Fortnite. God. Still placing items in tombs. How many bits was that dwarf kicked into? More than one. Dozen. Fortnite DF mod? That I would play, actually. If somebody made a Fortnite overhaul mod for DF, that I would play. That I would play. Because in the Fortnite universe, like, everything is canon. So it would be like Dwarf Fortress plus Avengers plus, like, tons of different superheroes plus tons of different comics plus all of the NBA plus, like, I would actually play that. I would actually play that. It's like everything pop culture, but like I actually, more specifically, I just want to read those legends. DF already has llamas? I mean, yeah, well, I'll just say this. I would absolutely generate a world and read it. I would 100% do that. 100%. It would just be all of the mods combined. I don't believe that there's any like, I know there's a couple Dragon Ball Z mods. I don't know of any like Avengers mods. I don't think there's My Little Pony stuff or Mario stuff in Fortnite. I mean, maybe Mario's been in Fortnite, but if he has, I missed it. I didn't even have any interest in that, Katsu. Like, I had no interest in Save the World, and I kind of have no interest in the other one. But anyway, on a more serious note, yeah, I think we're going to play Brigador. I'm going to try and do that full campaign run achievement. Save the World was so good, though? Was it? Like, I'm not going to say that you're dying on a bad hill, Hobo, but, like, was it? Like, was it really? I don't know if I necessarily can agree with you. You enjoyed the fuck out of it? Hey, fair enough. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I'm very happy that you have that in your search terms, and it's 100% your own fault. I do not take responsibility for you having My Little Pony Fortnite in your search history. That is your problem, not mine. No, I mean, I never played it, so I don't know, but I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't have a genuine opinion on it, Hobo. For me, it's more of just haven't other games done that better? Like, I know how Fortnite controls. It controls okay. But there's other games that do building better than Fortnite. That I guess my big problem with Fortnite is I absolutely hate the way that it looks. So it's like, if I'm going to play a Horde mode game, there's like 1,000 other games I would play first before a Fortnite Save the World, if that makes any sense. So, like, it might seem like I'm knocking your things that you like. I'm not trying to. It's more just isn't there better options for that kind of game already? That was my issue with Fortnite Save the World from the beginning, before they made it into a battle royale and basically, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not alley-ooped. Not ripped off. What's the word I'm looking for here? Like, what's when you start doing a thing, bait and switched all their customers? Like, before they did that, which was really fucking shitty. But, like, straight up, like, it to me, I remember just looking at that thing and going, like, shouldn't they just be working on Paragon? Like, this just doesn't seem that good to me. I don't know. It just, there was nothing about that game that ever, like, struck me as particularly interesting. You'll play Stardew Battle Royale. I mean, yeah. Also, didn't they, like, finish Save the World recently? Like, I seem to remember reading a press release about that, like, oh, we have finished it, and it's hit 1.0. And then, like, the first, like, comment I read about it was like, it's garbage, you fucking killed it, you asshole. I was like, yeah, that seems about right. Just seems like a shitty situation all around, and it just sucks for the people who liked that game. Just sucks. See ya, Elfies. Bye, guys. Thanks for the unicorn. Also, something else that popped into my brain earlier today. You know what I'm shocked about, Hobo? I am shocked that EDF, Earth Defense Force, is not just a free-to-play MMO. Genuinely shocked it's not a free-to-play MMO. Like, I was looking at it this morning, I'm like, how have they not just done that? Like, how is that not just a free-to-play MMO? Kind of tired. You have a good night, monkeys. We'll see you when we see you. I'll be on tomorrow. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. Fuck daylight savings. Da da dun 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 dun. Blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom like a personal palace. I'm wondering and very curious about who's going to get elected mayor after my mayor finally dies. Also, how many scepters I'll be able to sell when my mayor finally dies. Also, sorry, Hobo, if it seems like I just talk shit about Save the World, because I know that you liked that game. It's not really my intention. Keyword there is really. Just sort of my intention. Making windows. This is going to be my little kind of entry walkway. And then this is all going to be covered. Gremlin for mayor. I mean, that is kind of a super duper 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 small long-term potential maybe goal, but it's probably not going to happen though. Also, I know that you meant to say mayor, but because you said major, I now have just like this image in my head of like Major Gremlin. It's just like a military major, and it's just a fucking gremlin. He's like, pull that lever. You know you want to. Funny mental image, that's all. Gremlin Major. It's like Sergeant Major, you know? But Gremlin Major. Major Gremlin reporting for duty. It's just a funny mental image, that's all. Funny mental image. Jovial having a deadline mandate met. I wonder if we'll have a two-party system again after this mayor dies. Go get back to training, dwarves. All right. So chat room, we're kind of chill. Things are pretty chill. We're kind of doing the back and forth. There was no big objections to doing Brigador as an evening game. Major events today was we had a dwarf go berserk. We had several die of old age and a few other pass away. We're down to 41 dwarves. We started the day at 44. Had a few other dwarves kind of going a little nuts. No one's super nuts, though, so that's good. We did some terraforming over here. We got to do more tomorrow. We got a lot done over here in the construction department, and hopefully we can get a lot more done. We're making good progress for the side entrance off the side wall to the new tower. I'm thinking about also splitting it over to the left and kind of connecting to the wall down here, like in this corner bit right here, or maybe like over here, connect right there. So it goes up to the top. 52, but it's been a long time since we've had that many due to lack of migrant waves. We're currently in the year 184, late spring, meaning the fortress is 179 years old. We're closing in on 200 years, which is good. Being 20% done will be nice. But yeah. It's nice to slowly build towards, I think, the second era of Longdeath. And biggest accomplishment today is now we have a breeding pair of unicorns once again. I haven't looked at this since spring. I was very much expecting to jump up here and just see one of them being dead. But also, the elves brought us 2 female moose. So we're going to try and get us a male moose and breed some moose. But it's time to save Longdeath. All right, so we are going to not be done streaming, but we're going to switch games. If you're here specifically for Dwarf, might I recommend a Useroon, who is streaming some Dwarf at this exact moment in time. War Moose, unlikely. But I don't actually think you can train them as War Moose. I'd have to edit the raws. If you want more Dwarf Fortress specifically, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel that you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including the most recent part of Longdeath. And if you're tuning out and you'd like to support this channel, I have a Patreon where you can get perks. We're going to go play some Brigador. But one thing I got to say about Brigador is if there's interest, I actually have some keys I can give away. So that's the thing. Because last night when I was streaming this, I had some devs swing by, and they were like, yo, you want keys? I was like, okay. So they gave me some keys.